Alright. Testing. Okay. Everything should be fine-ish, hopefully. Okay. Oops. Just making sure the sound's alright. Because I think I did. Because I noticed from my previous VODs that apparently my mic volume is a bit low. Well, at least compared to the game anyway. Yeah, I think I only made some slight adjustments, so if need be, I'll make more after I look at after this VOD. But anyway, let's continue. Oops. Well, I hope my my recent voice acting lessons is gonna help me out with this game and future games as well. Because I did get a small tip on how to improve my voice acting after going through a few voice acting servers on Discord. Phew. This case will finally come to a conclusion today. I got so much evidence in my hands, but I never handled such a complex case alone before. Can I really handle it? I'm a bit nervous. Ah, Annie, you're here.
Yep, you're frowning so tightly. Come on, smile. Have a cup of hot tea and relax.
Ah, sure. With her around, it seems like nothing can make me nervous.
By the way, I just saw the swordsman.
Sword and Grey. It makes sense that he would be called to testify.
Yeah, I saw him walking in while waving his wooden sword.
What? Isn't it considered a dangerous item? Why could I bring a sword in, but I can't bring in the Verity Lance?
Look, Miss Sapphire's here too.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Sapphire. You seem to be in a good mood today.
Let me guess. You forced the guard at the detention center to change the channel to a TV series you were following yesterday.
What? Are you really a mind reader?
It's just that you're too easy to figure out.
Forget about that, Miss Lawyer. You should be fine for today's trial, right?
To be honest, while there's been some progress in the case, I'm even more unsure than yesterday. After all, the real culprit behind the director's murder is bound to be revealed in today's trial.
The real culprit? Who could it be? Someone from our center?
She never even thought about it before. Forget it. By the way, will Remily White come to court today?
Remily? The deputy director and that martial arts enthusiast just escorted her inside. But seems she doesn't need to testify today, so she'll probably just sit in the gallery.
Okay. During today's trial, it's inevitable that some past events will be mentioned. Is it okay for Remily White to hear all of this?
Defense attorney and defendant, the trial is about to begin. Please enter the courtroom promptly.
Alright, Annie, Miss Sapphire, let's go.
Sure, believe in yourselves and you'll be fine. Yeah, I'm here to help you.
Alright, let's do this together.
November 11th, 9:30 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 2.
Now the trial of Miss Zoe Sapphire continues. Why do both of you seem so solemn after a day of investigation? Are you ready?
Defense attorney Luna Ray is ready.
Since both the defense and the prosecution are ready, let's begin.
Can this meeting be called ready? The prosecution has a significant discovery to report.
Oh, really? Tell us.
Detective Sanford was supposed to report it, but she's not here. so I'll do it. Prosecution has discovered the truth behind this case and the murderer's method of killing. The murderer's method was very clever and deceived everyone yesterday, including Detective Sanford and me. We initially thought the victim died from falling off a building, but that's not the case. The true cause of death was a fatal impact.
Fatal impact? What does that mean?
Commonly known as a crash. The victim crashed headfirst onto the wall of the electromagnetic lab.
Crash onto the wall.
Even though the explanation is straightforward, the judge is probably imagining a completely different picture.
Wait, I remember the forensic said yesterday that the force the victim endured was equivalent to a falling from a 15 meters height. How could crashing onto a wall generate such great force? Did Director Crimson practice Ironhead technique?
If he did, he wouldn't have died.
That's because the wall is not an ordinary wall, but an electromagnetic one. We now officially propose a new claim. The electromagnetic lab was on the 3rd floor. The research center is the primary crime scene.
What? This is truly an unexpected and swift development, Defense. What's your take on it?
Oh wait, no, I think I was supposed to say,
Defense, what's your take on it?
Regarding the primary crime scene, we agree. Mr. Crimson originally planned to conduct biochemical tests that afternoon, so he wore metal protective gear against radiation.
The victim intended to go to the 2nd floor biochemical laboratory, but encountered a blackout while in the I was about to say reactor. The victim intended to go to the 2nd floor biochemical laboratory, but encountered a blackout while in the elevator. As a result, he mistakenly entered the electromagnetic laboratory on the 3rd floor. Although a metal detector was in the doorframe of the electromagnetic laboratory, it didn't sound during the blackout. Due to the blackout.
I see. It's rare for both sides to reach a consensus on the case.
I haven't finished yet. After Director
Crimson went to the wrong floor, the defendant turned on the breaker, activating the electromagnetic lab's power. The victim was instantly attracted to the electromagnetic wall and suffered a fatal impact.
Wait.
There were misunderstandings before, leading the trial astray. But the one who ended Joseph Crimson's life is still unquestionably the defendant.
Order! Order! I didn't expect the true cause of death to be so bizarre. High technology is indeed a double-edged sword.
Hold it!
Until yesterday, the prosecution hadn't even figured out the cause of the victim's death, and yet they arrested the defendant. Are you going to make such rash conclusions today?
Objection.
Whether it's rash or not shouldn't be for you to decide. The prosecution is fully prepared today to crush the defense's futile struggles with evidence and testimony.
Objection!
Whether the preparation is adequate or not shouldn't be for you to decide. If you have witnesses, bring them forward.
That's enough. How come you two stop arguing again?
Just seeing those dead fish eyes makes me worked up out of nowhere.
It seems both sides still can't agree on the case. The court needs to conduct a more careful assessment. Prosecution, you have already overturned your investigation results once, so your statements today must be rigorous.
Yes. The prosecution requests that the researcher Sword and Grey appear in court.
Confronting Mr. Gray from the beginning! It was bound to come sooner or later. Let's hear what he has to say.
Well, that's quite a uniquely dressed researcher.
My respects to you, esteemed lords.
No need for the formalities. Rise.
The judge got into the role for a second.
Witness, your name and occupation.
I am Sword Gray, a humble practitioner at the Crimson Ultra Realistic Robotics Research Center. Ugh, I bit my tongue. Hold on. I am Sword Gray, a humble practitioner at the Crimson Ultra Realistic Robot Research Center.
A practitioner?
During my practice, I also serve as a researcher.
Am I really going to question this weirdo later?
Witness, were you present at the center of the day of the incident, around the time of the blackout?
Sir Schubert's words are accurate.
The prelude needs to be played more elegantly. Please testify about the blackout sequence.
In terms of being in their own worlds, they are surprisingly similar.
Since there are no objections from either side, witness, please start your testimony.
In the afternoon of that day, I was immersed in secluded training. At half past the second hour, I sent a 1,000-mile message summoning Lady Zoe to deliver experimental equipment for me. Thereafter, I continued my training until half past the fourth hour in the afternoon when the blackout occurred. Originally, I was indifferent, yet at that moment, I suddenly received a letter from Director Crimson via carrier pigeon. Director Crimson seemed to be trapped in the elevator due to the blackout, so I asked him to wait patiently for a moment. Subsequently, I sent another message to Lady Zoe, instructing her to turn on the circuit breaker and restore power.
Witness, your testimony is quite distinctive.
Your praise is too kind, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency? I can't afford to be called that. It's better if you address me as Judge.
Understood, Your Excellency, Judge.
Mr. Gray's words are a bit hard to understand. Although his language is even more cryptic than yesterday, most of what he says is already known to us. The prosecution still clings to the notion that Zoe Sapphire toggled the circuit breaker, aiming to once more cast blame on her. But she did turn on the circuit breaker, right? Indeed. To overturn the prosecution's accusation, we need more details.
Defense, are you ready? Please proceed with your questioning.
Hold it! Carrier pigeon? What on earth is that?
The victim contacted you using the internal line phone in the elevator, right?
Indeed. Director Crimson dialed the internal line phone on my desk.
The entire research center experienced a blackout, but the internal line phone was still functional?
Circuits and phones are separate entities. It's fortunate they are, otherwise it would have been even more difficult for Director Crimson to escape.
Was the emergency phone in the elevator directly connected to your office?
Indeed.
When we were trapped in the elevator yesterday, we used the phone to contact Mr. Gray.
I'll call Mr. Gray.
Hold it! Did the victim clearly inform you that he was trapped in the elevator?
Exactly. As far as I know, once the elevator loses power, it will activate the backup power supply and restore itself shortly after.
Yes, we experienced it yesterday. So... what did you do after the victim called you?
I was concerned about Director Crimson, so I went out to check and found that the blackout was due to the tripped circuit breaker. Then I returned to the training room, reassuring Director Crimson that the elevator would soon be back in service.
It is similar to what he told us yesterday. Just wait in the elevator.
Hold it!
So the defendant went to turn on the circuit breaker purely based on your instructions, right?
That seemed to be the case.
At that time, the defendant didn't know that the victim had entered the electromagnetic lab wearing metal protective gear, right?
Well, although I cannot be certain, the blackout was likely not caused by Lady Zoe. If you wish to blame her for using the circuit breaker to harm Director Crimson, I cannot agree with that.
That's the prosecution's argument, not mine. But rather than shifting blame onto Zoe Sapphire, he's actually defending her? Let me confirm once again, the defendant's actions were simply following your orders. And then she went to turn on the circuit breaker to restore power. Is that correct?
Exactly as you said.
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by secluded training?
This is really putting me in a difficult position. Matters of training are highly confidential. Oh wait, why did I say it like that? This is really putting me in a difficult position. Matters of training are highly confidential within each sect. Moreover, our sect holds many top-notch techniques, and even more imperative for us to adhere to the rules with integrity.
Huh?
The essence of a swordsman lies in good faith and integrity. A swordsman without good faith and integrity will be scorned by all. I absolutely refuse to become someone who abandons good faith and integrity, so I have to implore Lady Bannister not to insist.
I just want you to explain what secluded training is. If I understand correctly, I believe Mr. Gray's meaning should be... I'm saying all these because I don't want to tell you. Is that so?
Hold it!
2:30. What time is that?
2:30 in the afternoon.
Is that so?
You truly lack knowledge.
Who in their right mind speaks like that? Mr. Gray? Are the experimental equipment you mentioned in the things on the trays in the electromagnetic and biochemical labs?
Lady Assistant's words are accurate.
Does the so-called 1,000-mile message mean telephone?
Indeed, there are non-mainstream individuals like you who call it telephone. However, I believe 1,000-mile message is more appropriate. A 1,000-mile message, though separated by 1,000 miles, conveys words and people's sentiments in an instant.
No, I think you're the non-mainstream one. Witness, why did you ask the defendant to deliver the materials instead of doing it yourself?
The great hides in plain sight. A true swordsman does not easily emerge without a grand event in the martial world. Lady Zoe has just entered the arena and still needs more practice. This simple task is a great opportunity for her to make a name for herself. My intention is to mentor the younger generation.
You speak so high-mindedly, but you just find it troublesome.
Hold it!
Past the 4th hour?
4:30 in the afternoon.
Ken? So annoying. Witness, from the start of your secluded training until 4:30, did anything strange happen? Even the smallest anomaly could be an important clue.
If that's the case, there was indeed a If that's the case, there was indeed a minor strange incident.
What was it?
While I was meditating in the training room, I suddenly heard a scream from the center.
Scream? Oh, I remember. It was Remily White, right?
Exactly. I was meditating peacefully when I heard Lady Remily's cry for help, so I hurried over. I intended to eliminate any threat to her, but it turned out to be just a mere rodent.
If there really was a threat, your one soul wouldn't have been able to eliminate it. Mr. Gray's words seem to match the contents of Miss White's diary. Yes, this testimony should be fine. Witness, could you describe the situation during the blackout?
Defense, do you have any conclusions after all this questioning?
Of course. Although the testimony of Sword and Gray doesn't contain much new information, I believe there's one thing beyond doubt. My client is completely innocent.
Is that so? I haven't figured out anything yet.
Your Honor, the prosecution just confirmed that the victim did wear metal protective gear when entering the electromagnetic lab. Due to the sudden restoration of power, he was magnetically attracted to the electromagnetic wall and suffered a fatal impact. And the reason for the victim's confusion about the floor was due to an unexpected blackout. Whether the victim was wearing metal protective gear, whether he misjudged the floor, and whether he was when the power was restored. These pieces of information were completely unpredictable for the defendant.
That makes sense.
While it was Zoe Sapphire who turned on the circuit breaker, directly causing the electromagnetic wall to become electrified, but at that time she had absolutely no knowledge of the consequences of her actions. The defendant was only following her superior's orders to restore power, with no intention of killing the victim, so we contend the defendant is completely innocent.
Order! Order! Her. In the law... Her. In the laws of many countries, including our own, whether it's intentional or homicide or manslaughter, it requires the perpetrator to clearly foresee that their actions may result in the deaths of others.
Yes, and turning on the circuit breaker itself is not a criminal action, nor does it actually cause death in common sense.
I see. In that case, although the death of the victim is regrettable...
Noisy.
Him again?
I understand the despair in the defense attorney's heart now. So thick that it seems to have turned into a mournful tremor. However, the attempt to confuse the facts in order to obtain an acquittal is despicable. Regarding the defense's assertion that the defendant is completely innocent, the prosecution states that it's ALL overruled.
What?
You say the defendant killed the victim unintentionally, that she was unaware of the consequences of turning on the breaker? I suggest you review the question and think... Tongue twist. I suggest you review the question and think carefully about what you have actually proven.
I've proven that Director Crimson's death was actually an accident.
Ridiculous. All you have proven are some facts known to everyone in court. On that day, a blackout occurred in the center, and as soon as the power was restored, the victim died in the electromagnetic lab. Who did the victim call during the blackout? What was said on the call? Who entrusted the defendant to turn on the breaker? None of these matter.
How can that be?
The prosecution believes the only thing that matters is the one who physically turned on the breaker is the defendant. Joseph Crimson was the director of the center, while Zoe Sapphire was an intern responsible for miscellaneous tasks. She could not have been ignorant of the director's experimental schedule. The defendant could have learned of the victim's accidental entry into the electromagnetic lab during the blackout by some means, such as tracking or monitoring.
This is preposterous.
You know whether it's preposterous or not. The prosecution has proven the defendant's intention to kill the victim yesterday. There's no arguing about the motive for murder. If you insist the director's death was accidental, then I must ask. After sustaining serious injuries, why did he suddenly climb onto the handicart
and allow himself to be pushed away by the defendant.
Huh? I haven't figured that out yet.
The handcart is made of non-metal material, able to pass through the metal detector, and is large enough to carry a body. Even the means of transporting the body were prepared so meticulously, yet the defense's system was an accidental death. It's like mixing a screaming chicken into a grand symphony, only adding discordance. From motive to the scene tampering, coupled with the victim's death message, all current evidence implicates the defendant. The prosecution's evidence chain is already complete, yet the defense persists in its entanglement. You repeatedly claim that the defendant knew nothing about the consequences when she turned on the circuit breaker. I dare ask, do you have any evidence to support such baseless fabrications?
Even though I don't understand what happened, Prosecutor Schubert's words seem to make sense.
What should we do?
What should we do? The judge is leaning towards the prosecution again.
Whoops, I knew it. This guy's a tough nut to crack.
Defense, do you have any evidence to prove that the defendant was unaware of the victim's condition when she turned on the breaker?
Let's see my evidence first. Let's see, look at this notebook. Remember that routine report. Okay. And what was his time of death? Oops. Between 4 to 6, okay. The only eyes match, okay. So there's the third floor. And this is to prove that it was an accident. Do you have evidence to prove that the defendant was unaware that he was wearing metal protective gear, and also that he stepped into the electromagnetic laboratory? So wait, when did he... Okay, so the time... November 8th, okay. Okay, this is the time, okay. Mentioned experiments on me are proceeding to the next phase. 4 p.m. Thunderstorm rolled in. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like I have any evidence of that. $30. I need, yes, to prove that she didn't know, but I don't think I do. Okay, I'm not getting any evidence. Right there. don't really think I have any evidence. Oh wait. Cause what does she need to bring? Yeah, she needed to bring the graphite cable. Oh wait. I do know. Yeah. Wait. Is that enough to prove it though? Wait, how does? Wait, yeah, cause she brought the wrong items to the wrong room, so. It's from the biochemical laboratory. What was the other item she was bringing to the biochemical one? I think it was just some solutions or some. Oh wait, no, yeah. She was bringing electrolyte solutions to the electromagnetic lab. Okay, I think I might have the evidence then. It's the graphite cable because she brought it to the wrong lab. I think, yeah, that was the case. Is that the graphic cable or the nameplate swap? Yeah, she brought it there. Now I have no choice but to press on. Your Honor, the defense does indeed have such evidence.
Oh really? What evidence can prove that the defendant was unaware of the victim's situation?
That's it.
What can it prove?
What can it prove? Let me think about it. It can only prove that the defense's brain is rusty and needs a good cleaning. Ah, shit. Slip of the hand. Ah, damn it. Oh, damn, that was 2. Shit. How can we prove that? I was unaware. Oh, when she turned on the circuit breaker. Yeah, when she turned on the circuit breaker. Shit. Yeah, when she turned on the circuit. No, that's not gonna help. It's none of these. I guess the notebook? Because she would think that he was in the biomedical lab, biochemical lab. Probably that.
That's it.
No. Oh shit. Is there just no evidence? Because I have no idea. Yeah, from the looks of things, it doesn't look like there's any evidence. Doesn't look like I have any at this time. Or do I just present this? But then, when she turned on the breaker. Don't really have any. I'm having trouble trying to find it. I don't think I do. like, just present the plan, I guess? Yeah, because she's all the way in here, and then the defendant's... Oh no, the victim was all the way here. What happens if I say no evidence? Yeah, because I don't really see any evidence. There's no way to prove whether she knew or not. I thought we had the upper hand, but Prosecutor Schubert's sophistry changed the situation.
Sis Luna, maybe we're rushing things a bit. The trial just started after all.
Come to think of it, Annie's right. There's still plenty of mysteries to unravel in this case. Trying to get an acquittal before we pieced everything together seems a bit opportunistic. There is still too little information. I need to seize this opportunity to draw out Prosecutor Schubert's trump card. In fact, during yesterday's investigation, we found significant evidence in someone's room. Try requesting to question that person and see what happens. Your Honor, we indeed have no relevant evidence, but we hope to question another witness who might be aware of the circumstances.
Oh? Does the witness have evidence to support your claim?
Well, I'm not sure, but we believe that the questioning this person could lead to a breakthrough in this case. The witness the defense wishes to question is
Simon Goldstein.
Simon Goldstein, the Deputy Director of the Crimson Ultra Realistic Robots Research Center.
The Deputy Director?
We currently cannot prove whether the defendant knew the Director's condition when she turned on the circuit breaker. But on the other hand, the prosecution's evidence chain is also insufficient to pin the murder charge on my client. Mr. Goldstein holds a position in the center second only to the victim, and should be the one most knowledgeable about the center. Questioning him would be more efficient than we arguing here.
From the beginning of this trial, none of the leaders of the center have testified in court. The court indeed has an obligation to consider the opinions of the Deputy Director. Prosecutor Schubert, what do you think?
Did Mr. Prosecutor fall asleep again?
No comment.
Since Prosecutor Schubert has no objection, let's have the witness Simon Goldstein testify. The witness who just testified may now return to the gallery temporarily.
Understood. Where justice prevails, evil finds no refuge. Farewell for now, everyone. We shall reconvene in the future.
Where is Mr. Goldstein now?
The prosecution has already arranged for him to testify. Please come up.
Good morning, everyone.
Witness, name and occupation.
I'm Simon Goldstein, the Deputy Director of the Crimson Ultra Realistic Robot Research Center.
Today's main event is finally starting. Mr. Goldstein, were you present at the center throughout the day of the incident, without leaving at all?
Please define without leaving at all.
Your body remained within the center?
During the tea break, I did lean out of the window to get some fresh air. Other than that, yes, my body remained within the center.
Quite a meticulous witness indeed.
Deputy Director, you must have experienced all the events that took place in the center on the day of the incident, right?
To be exact, I experienced all the events except the murder.
So, defense, what do you want to testify about?
I believe we should first establish Mr. Goldstein's activities on the incident day to ascertain how much he knows about the case.
That sounds reasonable. Witness, please testify about your activities on the day.
I will do my best. That morning, I had a discussion with the director about preparations for the open day. After lunch, I encountered Zoe, who had just been scolded by the director, and comforted her with a few words. I remained in my office working throughout the afternoon. Around 4:30 p.m., it seemed like there was a blackout in the center, but I didn't pay much attention to it. About 6 minutes later, the power was restored, presumably because Zoe had turned on the circuit breaker. I continued working in my office. It wasn't until the police arrived that I learned about the director's incident. I was quite distressed about the director's passing at the time. It is truly regrettable.
He's completely portraying him as an outsider.
Am I hearing it correctly, witness? Are you suggesting that, as the deputy director, you were completely unaware of the director's death until the police arrived?
If you're questioning my dedication to duty, I have to say, that's rather unfair. I rarely leave my office during work hours, and I was too focused on my work to notice this incident. Unfortunately, I cannot provide more assistance in this case.
His attitude of shirking responsibility and watertight testimony really match up his usual style.
But things can't be as simple as he's making them out to be, right?
Definitely not. In the upcoming questioning, we must strip away his disguise.
Defense, please proceed with your questioning.
Okay.
Hold it!
By open day, do you mean this?
Yes, this is the first time in many years that our center has opened research results directly to the public. It's an excellent opportunity to showcase the ultra-realistic robots to society, so we at the center take it very seriously.
The open day was scheduled for November 11th, which happens to be today.
Yes, but due to the murder, it has been postponed.
What did you and the director discuss?
It was mostly about specific matters, such as preparing exhibits, arranging reception personnel, and science script and so on.
During that time, did the victim mention anything noteworthy?
Can you define noteworthy?
For example, any remarks that were out of character for the victim.
The director's character remained consistent. I don't recall any such remarks.
I see.
Yes, by the time I left the director's office, it was already noon.
Hold it!
Where did you meet her?
At the elevator on the 3rd floor. I noticed her eyes were red and teary, so I guess she had been scolded by the director.
Do you know why she was scolded?
I don't know, but given her behavior, it wouldn't be surprising.
I can relate to that.
Speaking of Zoe, although she's careless, she still has a lot of untapped potential. I often advise the director not to be so harsh on her, or not to be too harsh on her.
The deputy director is indeed a kind person. I like him a lot.
Yeah, people with such good temperaments are popular wherever they go.
After that, I returned to my office.
Hold it!
During your time in the office, did you encounter anything noteworthy?
Could you define anything noteworthy?
Anything other than work-related matters?
If you're asking whether I slacked off during work, I must commend your meticulousness in handling matters. Even my tea break habits are thoroughly investigated.
What?
The witness has a tea break habit every day at 2:30 p.m. The prosecution has confirmed it.
Since you like tea so much, I'll bring you some another day.
Thank you for the kind offer, Miss Assistant. But please rest assured, my tea break is permitted by the director and not a slack-off.
I always feel like every time I ask about serious matters, he steers the conversation in a strange direction.
Hold it!
You said seemed. Your tone sounds uncertain.
Whenever my computer loses its external power source, it automatically switches to the internal backup power to prevent data loss. During this process, the screen brightness dims slightly.
Oh, I know that. My laptop does the same thing when I unplug it.
Exactly. Because the computer screen dimmed, I guess that there might have been a blackout in the center. But in the last 8 years, such blackouts happen often. Since the computer still worked, I saw no need to pay it any attention.
That makes sense, I guess. So why are the power facilities of a national-level research center so unstable?
Did you consider investigating the reason for the blackout?
No. Maintaining the power supply of the center is not within my scope of duties.
I remained in my office, distressed.
Hold it!
Deputy Director, did you see the director's body at the time?
Unfortunately, no. It's regrettable that I didn't even get to see the director one last time.
From what I know, the victim was not easy to get along with, and many people at the center kept their distance from him. If that's the case, does it mean you had a good relationship with the victim?
If you're trying to imply that there was any animosity between me and the director, then I have to say you're mistaken. Director Crimson was a rare genus. No, not the species genus. The Director Crimson was a rare genius in the field of robotics, and I held him in high regard, nothing more.
In other words, you didn't have any positive feelings towards him either, right?
Can you define positive feelings?
Just forget it.
Hold it!
After the power was restored, did you not notice anything?
Nothing. A blackout is usual for our center. I prefer not to interrupt my thoughts during work, so I didn't pay attention.
Did you ever leave your office before the police arrived at the research center?
Could you define leave? Are you referring to physically or mentally leaving?
Of course I mean physically. Can you even physically stay in the office while mentally being at the beach?
I see. My body has never left the office until I heard the police sirens.
And after the police arrived?
Still no.
So you never left your office throughout?
That's correct. I'm certain.
Why does the defense keep asking? Is this testimony significant?
I guess so.
Absolutely. This is crucial information. Deputy Director, please include it in your testimony.
If you want a more detailed testimony from me, then I have to say, it's only reasonable to do so. Throughout the whole time, I remained in my office awaiting the police investigation.
I think there was a mention in Remilly's diary. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong page. There we go. I heard wailing sound at night, and lots of doctors, police came. I don't know what happened. I asked the deputy director and Master Sordin, but both of them refused to tell me. And what did he say? Throughout the whole time, I remained in my office awaiting the police investigation. I asked deputy director and he said he remained in his office awaiting police investigation. Yeah, I just I think I'm supposed to present this. I'm just gonna oops. I don't know why it does that at times. Okay.
Objection!
Yeah, that's the case.
You finally given the game away, Mr. Goldstein.
If you're suggesting I'm playing games, then I have to say, I've never played games in my life.
Stop playing dumb. Mr. Goldstein, let me confirm one last time. You claim to have stayed in your office from beginning to end. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Then explain how this piece of evidence ended up in your office.
Oh, how is this possible? How is it possible?
As everyone here should recall, in yesterday's trial, we discovered a torn mark on Emily White's diary.
Yes, and we adjourned yesterday's session because of that.
This torn page was found in the deputy director's office. The tear on the paper matches perfectly with the tear in the diary, and the handwriting is extremely similar to Emily White's.
What? But bailiff, take the page for examination.
Yes. Why is this page in your possession?
I should be the one asking this question. The content on this page describes the situation after the police arrived. Obviously written after the incident. Yet you claim to have stayed in your office the entire time after the murder, and then you went straight home. Are you suggesting this torn page grew legs and walked into your room?
If you're suggesting that I lied, that I lied, I have to say, you caught me!
What kind of reaction is this?
Your Honor, handwriting analysis is complete. All the text on this page is indeed written by Emily White.
Order! Order! Bring that piece of paper up here. Time bomb, sky shield, disaster. There seems to be a lot of important content written on this page.
Oh no, how could this happen? How was it discovered?
Sky Shield. Prosecutor Shepard seems particularly interested in Sky Shield.
Isn't this Sky Shield the most terrifying criminal organization in the world?
Yes.
How could this murder case at the robotics center be related to Sky Shield?
Wait, Your Honor, Miss Ray, you got it all wrong. Our center is dedicated to robot manufacturing technology. How could we possibly be linked to that organization?
Then how do you explain the content in this diary? And why did you tear it up and hide it?
Be right back. Okay, we're back.
I believe that... Hold on. I believe that Remily misunderstood the conversation between me and Sorden. On the day of the incident, World Times just happened to report that on the news about Skyshield and the time bomb. Sorden and I were just discussing this news, and Remily, who happened to pass by, probably misunderstood something. That's why she wrote down such content.
I remember that too.
I panicked after the incident and happened to see the content in Remily's diary. In order to avoid accusations against the center, I tore it up and hid it. It was just a desperate move.
So you tore off the page because you were afraid of providing evidence to the police during their investigation? The court cannot endorse this behavior, but it does sound somewhat reasonable.
Sis Luna, is what Mr. Goldstein said true?
No. I think it's just an excuse he came up with on the spot. Your Honor, Mr. Goldstein has hidden more important evidence than this one.
What? There's more?
Yes. I'm afraid this item will further prove the connection between the center and Skyshield. Another important piece of evidence hidden by Mr. Goldstein is this.
The badge. Yeah, that's the other thing that was hidden in his office. Is that... I think that's the Skyshield badge, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that is the Skyshield badge.
That's it!
What is this? A breastpin?
This badge was hidden by Mr. Goldstein in a rather secretive storage cabinet. We had a hard time finding it. And its meaning...
Objection.
Where did you get this thing from?
Huh? I just said it was in Deputy Director's storage cabinet. Why are you so worked up?
Do you know the meaning of the badge?
It has the Chinese character Tian inside, meaning the sky, and the shape of the shield outside, probably a token of Skyshield.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests the immediate increase of personnel in the courtroom and the blocking of all exits. Huh? Why? The badge is not something an ordinary member of Skyshield can possess. It's a symbol of power exclusive to the 7 highest ranking heads.
What?
The highest ranking heads?
Oh shit.
What? Order! Order! Bailiff, there may be extremely dangerous individuals present in this courtroom. Please proceed as Prosecutor Schubert said.
Yes, sir.
Prosecutor Schubert, why do you know this information?
I heard it from Detective Sanford. The badge is not only a token of the heads, but also a highly encrypted communicator. Although the police have gotten 2 badges from the deceased members of Skyshield, they still can't intercept their communication.
So the assumption that one of the highest ranking Skyshield heads is hiding in this research center has been confirmed.
How can it be? I see.
Mr. Goldstein, even if the situation has come to this point, do you still intend to evade responsibility?
No.
Answer me, are you the 4th ranking head of Skyshield, the technician known as Quadrant?
No. This is impossible. We are the top scientific talents. Why are you getting involved in all this?
Mr. Goldstein?
Why? Why do you have to push me to this extent?
Witness, calm down, please.
The Deputy Director has been completely enraged by the current situation. But maybe this is my best chance to press on further. But from which angle should I apply pressure on him? Considering the evidence, what role Deputy Director Simon Goldstein plays in this case?
He's the head of Sky Shield. He's the murderer of Joseph Crimson. He's an accomplice in this case. I think he's just an accomplice? I don't think he's the I don't think he's the head of Sky Shield, no. No, because Sky Shield's being ran by, what, like a council of high-ranking people? As for whether or not he's the murderer of Joseph Crimson, I mean, he died from high impact. Actually, no, he could be the murderer. He could be the murderer. But I don't know, well, we don't really have any evidence that suggests that there were additional party members involved. A large flat object. And he would know about the electromagnetic wall, and he would also know about the slidable nameplates. So actually no, he could be the murderer. Because I feel like he could have planned all this properly. Because there's not really anything. Yeah, and that he's also, and it seems like Sordin might also be under. Yeah, I think Sordin is also under suspicion of being a Sky Shield member. A bomb, yeah. Because there's no evidence to suggest that he isn't a murderer. Because I don't think. There's not really any evidence to suggest there's like a third party involved. Or another party involved directly. Yeah, I think he's the murderer.
Think carefully. What role does Simon Goldstein play in this case? Is Mr. Goldstein the murderer behind Joseph Crimson's death? All the evidence I've collected doesn't point to him as the murderer. I can't rule out the possibility, but launching an attack based on it might immediately be refuted due to insufficient evidence. Consider the evidence.
Oh, okay, so in that case, accomplice.
Is Mr. Goldstein an accomplice in the murder of Joseph Crimson? He did engage in actions to tamper with evidence and hide the truth, but is he really in league with the killer? The method of committing the crime in this case is very complicated, with many steps. An accomplice would be unnecessary. I can't prove that there were two perpetrators involved. Accusing of him being an accomplice might not hold up. I can't rule out the—
Okay. So in that case, none of the above?
Yes, based on the evidence I have, I can't pin him down as a member of Sky Shield. Accusing him of being a murderer also lacks any direct evidence and would easily be refuted. Moreover, the method of the crime in this case is so complex, we haven't found any evidence of there being two perpetrators. To get him to tell the truth, I'll have to find another way. Mr. Goldstein, I find your behavior during the incident rather puzzling. According to your own account, you neither committed the murder nor are you a member of Sky Shield. Yet despite all these, you still chose to tamper with evidence and conceal the truth. What drove you to go such lengths? Could it be that you were still fulfilling the original duties of a deputy director?
Crimson Ultra Realistic Robot Research Center was my peaceful kingdom. How could it be destroyed by a mere case like this? I adhere to my schedule diligently every day, leading this repetitive and peaceful life. Have I done anything wrong?
Mr. Goldstein, please calm down and answer our questions, okay?
It's futile. Well, perhaps since what happened to the director, everything is gone. Longing to maintain the old days. What am I struggling for?
Yeah, looks like I was right.
Witness, please answer the defense's question. Are you really a member of Sky Shield?
No. I'm not. At this point, hiding anything won't help anymore. I took this badge from Director Crimson's room after the incident. Oh.
Huh? The badge belonged to the director. But why would you do that?
Actually, sorta noticed something suspicious about the director the day before the incident. I don't know what his reason was, but he insisted that I investigate the director's background. I never doubted the director's personality. After working together for 6 years, I never noticed any abnormal behavior from him. That day, I checked Director Crimson's personal accounts based on the information within the center. I found frequent transactions from overseas accounts.
We saw those bills in the deputy director's folder too.
I always believe it's better to let sleeping dogs lie, even if he had dealings with a criminal organization. As long as he didn't harm anyone and focus on his research, what did it have to do with me?
Utterly foolish.
All of these happened the day before the incident?
Yes. Initially, I chose to turn a blind eye and advise Sword to remain calm. Who knew that the director would lose his life the next day? I was worried that the director's connection to the organization would bring an even greater disaster to the center. So before the police arrived, I removed all traces related to this matter.
Emily White's diary, the director's bills, and the badge?
Yes, I thoroughly searched the director's room and found it in the compartment of his desk drawer. I didn't realize the true meaning of the badge until just now. It looked suspicious, so I took it with the rest. I intended to wait for the case to blow over before disposing of them completely. Who knew that you would find them?
Your words are sweeter than a song. Do you really think we'll buy this excuse?
Yes. The court can't easily Yes, the court can't easily believe your words now, especially since the badge was found in your office. Maybe you are the extremely dangerous criminal.
Please calm down, Prosecutor Schubert. You just mentioned that the badge also functions as a communicator.
Yes, so what?
Since it's not just a piece of decoration, but a device that could be used, it might have left traces of usage over time. I've only had it for 2 days, and I've been very careful to keep it in the cabinet and never touched it. Let the police examine it, and the ownership of the badge will be clear.
That makes sense. Bailiff, quickly investigate this badge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Phew. I didn't expect it would come to this. I thought the deputy director was the one colluding with Sky Shield. Could it be that the real identity of Quadrant is actually Joseph Crimson? Even though the death of a Sky Shield head is not a bad thing, but I'm going to lose the lead of the incident number 761.
Your Honor, we found fingerprints of both Simon Goldstein and Joseph Crimson on this badge. Most of the fingerprints belong to Joseph Crimson, and they were all left 48 hours or more ago.
Oh, well done. So, the owner of the badge is indeed the victim, Joseph Crimson.
Was it just my imagination? Prosecutor Schubert seemed to momentarily show a disappointed expression.
Bailiff, you can stand down from the alert now.
Yes, Your Honor.
That startled me just now. Witness, besides hiding evidence, what else did you do on the day of the incident?
Apart from that, everything I said earlier is true. I had no involvement in anything related to the case. My actions within the center on that day can be proved by multiple witnesses and pieces of evidence.
So, although this case has led to unexpected twists, there hasn't been a fundamental change. The deputy director has disclosed all his actions, while he's suspected of concealing evidence. He's not a suspect involved in this case. What's that saying again? Throwing the baby out with the bathwater?
Seems like that's not how the term is used, but it seems difficult to find another reason to keep him here.
The prosecution agrees with the judge's assessment. We can pursue the issue of concealing evidence later. The murder trial is more important right now. Witness, you may leave.
In that case, the witness may step down.
Wait!
Witness, do you have something else to say?
Yes, I have indeed disclosed all my actions. But I'm not finished speaking yet.
Oh? What else do you want to say?
As the deputy director, it is my responsibility to take charge of the center in the absence of the director. Therefore, I would like to express my opinions on this case.
Objection.
The witness's role in this case is clear. But he is not a professional investigator, so it's absurd to listen to.
Your Honor, the defense believes it's necessary to hear what the witness has to say.
Oh? Why?
Even though I have no idea what he's going to say, but we have to keep him here no matter what. The picture of this case is still missing some pieces, and maybe they're in the hands of the deputy director. Your Honor, I was just wondering, is the chair you're sitting on comfortable?
Eh? Sis Luna? What are you talking about?
Why? The chair in this courtroom is not very comfortable because there's a piece of leather torn in the middle of the cushion. The most comfortable one is in courtroom number 3, because it was replaced just a few months ago.
As you said, you're familiar with the chairs because of your years spent on the chairs. Although Mr. Goldstein is not a professional investigator, he's been working at the center for 8 years. Wouldn't his insights into what happened in the center be deeper and more comprehensive than those of us outsiders?
The defense's pot shots do have some merit.
But the word you have used has no merit at all.
And it seems the witness has calmed down now. Witness, if you have something else to say, please include it in your testimony. The court will consider it accordingly.
Thank you very much. I believe what happened that day was just an unfortunate accident. That afternoon there was a blackout at the center due to a short circuit. At that time, the director was trapped in the elevator. Because of the special structure of the elevator, a blackout makes it difficult for people inside to tell which floor they are on. The director likely believed the elevator had stopped on the 2nd floor, hence entering the electromagnetic lab in Metal Gear. Zoe just restored the power supply as usual after the circuit breaker tripped. However, she didn't know that this action caused the director to be attracted by the electromagnetic wall and seriously injured. Zoe, who discovered this accident, went to turn off the electromagnetic wall to save the director. She put the seriously injured director on the handcart and quietly pushed him out of the electromagnetic lab to the biochemical lab. Unexpectedly, the director suddenly woke up and mistakenly thought Zoe intended to kill him, hence leaving behind the blood word.
What's wrong with the judge?
The witness's deduction is unexpectedly well organized. Could it be the truth?
Is what Deputy Director said the whole truth of the incident?
Of course not. This testimony is full of loopholes. Prosecutor Schubert didn't even bother to refute.
For example, even if the director made a mistake about the floor, he would have a mistake in the laboratory. And Miss Sapphire accidentally turned on the breaker. She wouldn't find the director was attracted to the wall at once. And if she wanted to save the director, she could have just called an ambulance. There was no need to push him away.
So you know it pretty well. Aside from the above loopholes, the deputy director also mentioned something that caught my attention. What does this strange contradiction imply?
Your Honor, our center has been dedicated to scientific research for many years, and all members are outstanding talents. Even if the director has some connection with the criminal organization, I do not believe anyone would plot to kill him. This trial is just a misunderstanding. I hope you can see it clearly.
Do both sides have any objections to this testimony?
No comment.
Let's wait until after the questioning to state my opinion.
Very well. Defense, please start questioning.
Alright,
Hold it!
Even if you got the floor wrong, there's no reason you couldn't figure out which laboratory you entered, right?
it's hard to say. The layout of the electromagnetic lab is almost identical to the biochemical lab, except for the core equipment. If the facilities on the right side are covered with curtains, the two labs do look similar.
I noticed that during the investigation.
I remember there was something very loud hidden inside the door frame of the electromagnetic lab, right?
Are you referring to the metal detector? Indeed, bringing metal items would trigger an alarm. But the metal detector itself requires electricity to operate, and there was a blackout at the time.
His testimony so far is convincing.
Okay.
Hold it!
What does this handcard refer to?
It's a flat handcart that happened to be in the electromagnetic lab.
So there happened to be a handcart in the place where the director died, which could be used to transport a body. What a coincidence it is.
The purpose of this handcart is to transport experimental equipment. It's normal to see it anywhere at the center.
What material is the handcart made of?
To prevent hazards and instrument interference, the center's handcarts are all made of non-metallic and non-conductive materials.
I see. I know it's not true, but the deputy director's argument is difficult to refute, unless there's something that prevents Zoe from quietly transporting the director on the handcart.
Yeah, I always wonder why there's a hook at the end of it. And a broken hook? Oh, yeah, so it was connected to something, but we don't know what.
Hold it!
There's a considerable distance between the electromagnetic lab and the central control room. After the defendant restored power, could she really have discovered the victim in the electromagnetic lab?
Please refer to this house plan. The house plan.
The house plan again? What are you trying to say, witness?
As shown in the house plan, after Zoe restored power in the central control room, she should have returned to the stockroom.
Ah, the doors of the stockroom and the electromagnetic lab.
Oh, the doors of the two rooms are exactly opposite.
That's correct. In addition, the director was wearing a metal helmet, which directly collided with the hard electromagnetic wall. Although I haven't personally experienced it, I believe this collision would have made some noise.
If you had personally experienced it, could you still testify here? I see. It seems possible that Zoe discovered the victim in the electromagnetic lab, although I know she didn't actually discover it.
Zoe has a kind nature, so it's natural for her to help the injured director when she saw him.
Hold it!
Do you also believe that the director left the blood word because of the imprinting behavior?
The director is not a duck. How could he have imprinting behavior? This is not something a seasoned scientist should say.
I am neither seasoned nor scientist.
This is just the most logical inference. While being unconscious from his severe injury, he couldn't know that Zoe saved him. Instead, he thought Zoe was there to confirm whether he was alive or not, so he used his own blood to write down her name.
Sounds like the deputy director's explanation is quite perfect.
It's a pity that we'll never know what the director really thought before his death. And if only I had an assistant who could summon the soul of the victim.
Oh my god, that's yeah, Maya Fey, Ace Attorney, Spirit Medium, yeah.
Anyway, the director exhausted his last strength to leave behind that blood word. It's sad that he died with a sense of hatred towards the innocent.
Hold it!
As usual, the defendant has only been at the center for a month. How many blackouts have we had?
If you're questioning our center's power distribution equipment, I have to say, that's a good point.
Huh?
The recent increase in large-scale experiments conducted by the director had led to frequent blackouts throughout the center. Just in this past month alone, the center has experienced 3 blackouts.
Is it indeed worrying for a research center to have such hardware facilities?
Zoe usually works in the stockroom, which is closer to the central control room, so it's reasonable to ask her to restore power. At that time, Zoe naturally wouldn't have known that the director had entered the electromagnetic lab in metal protective gear.
Hold it!
Special structure. It's a noteworthy detail. Could you elaborate?
Sure. Please take a look at the house plan of the center. The elevator in the center has... The elevator in the center has doors at the front and back, which can be opened in both directions. To get to the biochemical lab, one only needs to enter through the door on the side near the director's office. And after reaching the 2nd floor, one can exit from the door at the other end.
Every time I see this elevator, I find it very interesting.
Yes, in the US, there are also many elevators with dual opening doors, mainly for the convenience of wheelchair access.
Are there people in wheelchairs in the center?
No. The design of the dual opening doors is only for the convenience of transporting large equipment. This elevator also has a strange feature. It was discovered by people trapped in the elevator during a blackout in the past.
Huh? What's that?
The moment of a blackout, the elevator will undergo severe shaking, just like an earthquake.
I remember that. We experienced it yesterday.
Due to the shaking, it's difficult for people inside the elevator to determine which floor they are on after the power is cut. Additionally, no matter which floor the elevator actually stops at, the display will always default to showing the 1st floor.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Didn't know. So the director woke up, stopped the minute. I think I present nameplates.
Objection!
Oh, no, that's not it? Oh, I thought it would have been because the nameplates got swapped. Oh wait, no, wait, what? Oh wait, no, I don't think that contradicts. I initially thought I read Millie's diary. Why would she do that?
Hold it!
So you believe the defendant's unintentional action resulted in the director's death?
Yes. This unintentional mistake resulted in Zoe being unjustly accused, and I cannot stand by and watch.
I also agree that a charge is indeed been unjustly imposed. Don't just shout objection without saying anything.
Baseless speculation doesn't require rebuttal.
I really want to throw some evidence at him. He's so infuriating.
Hold it!
You say it was an accident. Do you have any evidence for that?
To be exact, it's not evidence, but intuition. I don't believe anyone in the center would resort to such a cold-blooded means to kill the director.
Intuition isn't a basis for judgment. Besides, someone using the electromagnetic wall to commit murder is still possible.
If you want to say that the truth has multiple possibilities, then I have to say, that's a very accurate judgment. Conversely, accident is also a possibility and should not be simply dismissed.
The way he put it, it's hard to refute. Yeah, because I thought it's weird. So did they not get swapped? Second floor, hence entering the. I think the other one might be this because it has a broken hook.
Objection!
No?
No.
Sis Luna, what do you think of Deputy Director's testimony?
In a sense, the deputy director has truly done his best. He spared no effort to solve the problems of the center, even making such a flawed inference.
But he is advocating for Miss Sapphire's innocence. Shouldn't we support his testimony?
If his testimony holds water, of course we should support it. But proving innocence in defense is not something that can be achieved with just one witness's reasoning. However, although his testimony contains a lot of speculation, the direct contradictions are not obvious. I need to thoroughly consider the ins and outs of the incident and find the most fatal contradictions in his testimony. Yeah, because there was traces of his blood found at the pit. The question is, how did he end up down there? He ended up falling off or something.
Oh, right. Wait. She quietly pushed him out of the. Ah, yeah. I actually just realized. The metal detector. Yeah, that should not be possible. Because if he was wearing the metal, protective set, that would have triggered it, right? Yeah, because she already tripped the power back on.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go.
Mr. Goldstein, you believe that the defendant quietly pushed the victim out of the electromagnetic lab on the handcart, right?
Yes?
That's strange. At the time of the incident, the director was still wearing a metal protective gear. Then how could he quietly pass through the metal detector?
I completely forgot about that.
Maybe when the director was taken out of the lab, the metal gear wasn't taken along?
No way. Although his metal helmet was left in the lab, the metal vest was taken outside. If the director's body was really transported as you said, then the metal vest must have wings and flew into the pit outside.
That's impossible. It can't be possible.
The death was already suspicious, and the killer even devised ways to destroy evidence and transport the metal vest. All signs indicate that it is definitely a murder, not an accident. One of the mysteries of who the killer is, why he or she wanted to kill the director, and how the body ended up at the stockroom entrance remain unsolved. We firmly believe that it cannot be dismissed as a simple accident. So, witness, I can't agree with your reasoning.
It's not over yet. Even as you say, the director was murdered. His metal vest couldn't have passed through the metal detector quietly. Your logic doesn't hold up either. Tell me, how was the metal vest taken out?
Huh?
After listening for so long, I'm also very curious. How exactly was the vest taken out?
Oh no, I was so focused on pointing out the contradictions that I didn't think about it at all.
Sis Luna, don't worry. Let's think about the possibilities of how the metal vest could be transported out this.
You're right. Let me think about it. If the killer can't destroy the metal detector or open another passage in the lab, he can only place it in something undetectable.
Oh, he put it inside Cyan.
But is there really something like that in the center?
Wait, then... Did they... Oh, okay.
We haven't found a storage box that could avoid the Possible. Could it be?
Defense, what have you thought of?
Although it sounds absurd, it is indeed a possibility. The thing that could transport the metal vest without triggering the alarm is this.
That's it!
Something made of metal can evade the metal detector. Something made of metal but can evade the metal detector. There's really something like this in a research center. More precisely, someone.
Cyan?
What is it? The lead actress from a horror movie?
Your Honor, the person in this photo is named Cyan. See, she's a creation of the Crimson Ultra-Realistic Robot Research Center. Simply put, she's an ultra-realistic robot.
Ultra-realistic? Does anyone look like that?
Never mind. Based on what I know, Miss Cyan has a shielding skin layer. It enables her to pass any external inspection. There's a small compartment in her abdomen, perfect for transporting items.
I see. You're right. Miss Cyan's entry and exit from the electromagnetic lab won't trigger the alarm. But what does that mean?
It's quite simple. After the director was murdered, the killer stuffed the metal vest into Miss Cyan's abdominal compartment and smuggled it out of the electromagnetic lab.
What?
The one who could think of the method must be someone in the city who knows her body structure well. All signs indicate that this case is full of evidence of human intervention. Mr. Goldstein, I know you want to protect the center, but do you still insist it was an accident?
What you're saying makes sense. These are indelible traces of human interference. But why? Why are you pushing it to this extent? The director's death has upset all of us in the center, and you proved that he was the head of an international criminal organization. Now you insist on finding a culprit to add to this misery? Why, Miss Ray, why? How much more do you want to damage this research center before you're satisfied?
Order! Order!
Oops. Miss Goldstein looks like he's in vain, I guess. I know. But the case has come this far. Yet we argue it was an accident for the sake of a not guilty verdict. What was the point of all our efforts?
Well, I remember Chief said that the truth isn't always as beautiful as we imagine. Is it right to persist in digging until the end?
I haven't forgotten Chief's words, but he never taught me to give up halfway. What's the most reasonable outcome of this case? We haven't gotten to the core of the truth yet. Making any judgments now would be premature.
Defense, what are you whispering about?
Well, now's not the time to hesitate. After all, the next breakthrough is right in front of us. Your Honor, Miss Cyan was used to transport the metal vest, and she must know something. The defense requests Miss Cyan to testify.
Miss Cyan? That lead actress from a horror movie?
Objection.
Miss Ray, do you realize the consequences of randomly playing with the strings? Asking a robot on a solemn courtroom stage is utterly absurd.
What? You want to question a robot?
Are you just realizing this now?
Defense, are you serious? You want to bring a machine to the witness stand?
Your Honor, Miss Cyan is not just a machine. She is an ultra-realistic robot with high intelligence capable of speaking like a human.
Objection.
A talking machine is still a machine. There's no fundamental difference.
Objection!
Miss Cyan possesses the memory and emotions of a human being. She can speak, laugh, and even think independently. Aside from a unique physical construction, she's just like any other human.
Is there such a miraculous robot in the world?
Yes, and her upper body looks exactly like a human.
Let me think. Although questioning a robot in court is against regulations, out of curiosity, no, out of fairness,
You've already revealed your thoughts.
the court believes it's necessary to hear the testimony of Miss Cyan. What do you think, Prosecutor Schubert?
No comment.
Since Prosecutor Schubert has no objections, where is Miss Cyan?
She should still be in resting in the center. She can be here in just 15 minutes.
Wait a minute. Taking a taxi from the center usually takes 45 minutes. Aided by her track, she is faster than a car by 3 times?
Damn.
I see. Mr. Goldstein, summon Miss Cyan to testify now, please. Before that, the court shall adjourn for 20 minutes.
November 11th, 10:55 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby.
Wow, that was close. Close to get you a not guilty verdict?
Miss Sapphire, is what Mr. Goldstein said in court true?
What? You mean pushing the director out of the lab to save him?
Yes, that's it.
Of course. Not. I explained everything I know yesterday. If I knew he had crashed into the electromagnetic wall and died, I would have told you. That's true. By the way, I want to know something about Miss Cyan. Will she obey any orders from anyone in the center? No, she won't. Although robots must obey human orders according to the 3 laws of robotics, there's an additional condition. The person giving her orders must have her management qualification. Management qualification? Yeah, in short, someone like me who's been here only for 1 month can't give her orders. Those who are mostly the seasoned folks in the those who can are mostly the seasoned folks in the center.
So Deputy Director Goldstein, Miss Gray, Miss White, and Director Crimson have that right?
Pretty much. But even if Emily has the right, she probably won't remember to use it. Well, there were only 3 people who could order Miss Cyan to assist in moving the metal vest. Oh, by the way, will Miss Cyan execute any order which won't hurt humans, even if it involves assisting in a crime?
I haven't tried that, so how would I know? But one thing is for sure, Miss Cyan probably wouldn't stand by if someone is in danger and needed help. Once a kid passing by the center fell, and she rushed out to help him up.
And probably skipped him half to death. I see. So, to get Miss Cyan to help with the scene, the killer absolutely cannot let her see the director's body. In that case, it's difficult to imagine how this process would unfold.
Whoa, what is this? Don't come any closer.
There seems to be some chaos in the room down the hallway.
Help! Come and help me!
Looks like Miss Cyan has arrived. What a troublemaker.
I wonder what's gonna happen when I question her. The chaos will probably last for a while. Let's go back into the courtroom.
No problem. I'm counting on you for the rest of the trial.
Okay. There's no turning back now. It's all on the line. Annie, let's go.
No problem.
I heard that. I heard that the.
Oh, that's a witness.
I heard that the wanted witness has arrived in the witness lounge. So the trial of the murder of Joseph Crimson now continues. Let's call the witness, Miss Cyan, to the stand.
Dear me.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Order! Order! What's wrong with you all? How rude is it to make such a noise to such a quiet lady?
From the judge's seat, it seems that he cannot see the mechanical part of Cyan's lower body.
Witness, your name and occupation.
My name is Cyan. As for my occupation, let's go with robot.
Robot?
It has been mentioned many times. Why so surprised? Any problem? Cyan is just a nickname. The full name is Ultra Realistic Memory Inversion Type Humanoid Robot GBXF-003.
I see. A robot, this really is an unprecedented occupation for the court.
Looks like the judge is still unwilling to accept the fact.
Now, even the mechanical noise has a place in this sacred courtroom symphony. What a joke.
Whether it's a robot or a human, once on the witness stand, they have the right to testify.
So, this lady is really a robot.
So you haven't realized it? Well, you can argue later. Why did you call me all the way here? What do you want to do? Well, this is the courtroom. We brought you here to testify.
Testify? How?
How about you tell us your experiences on the day of the incident?
Oh, like that? Got it. A lot did happen that day, but sorry, I can't tell you most of it. I can talk about myself, though. I was watching a TV series and contemplating the meaning of life. If you want to know more, please ask someone else.
Oh, that's it?
Huh? Is that all?
It's like saying nothing at all.
Is this the testimony the defense wanted to hear?
Seems a bit different from what I imagined.
Since that's the case, please make sure to seize the opportunity.
Miss Cyan, why couldn't you testify properly about your actions on the day of the incident?
Well, I'm the crystallization of high tech in the center, and there are many secrets there. When we were all in the center, you were a visitor, and I was the guide. I can tell you things. But now we're in an unfamiliar place. What if I say too much and leak secrets?
How can there be such a thing?
Miss Ray, are you going to question the testimony just given?
I can only try my best.
Understood. Then let's begin.
Hold it!
Miss Cyan, please tell us in detail about your actions that day. You put me on the spot here. Even though I have my own will, the program settings cannot be violated. Things that cannot be said, cannot be said. When you say by someone else, you mean... Of course, someone who doesn't need to follow the 3 laws and can speak freely.
Hold it!
Why? This is a courtroom, so any relevant fact can be said. Aha! You should know, I'm a robot bound by the 3 laws. I know about that.
I know too, but what does that have to do with anything?
3 laws? Bound by what 3 laws?
It's the 3 laws, the 3 behavioral guidelines robots must follow. Take a look at this.
Oh, a poster. Let me see. 1. A robot may not injure a human being, or through inaction allow a human being come to harm. Or 2. A robot must obey the orders of human beings, except when orders would conflict with the first law. 3. A robot must protect itself as long as such protection does not conflict with the first and second law. Though it's a high tech. It doesn't seem much different from the laws I usually read.
There's no such law in our country.
Witness, the court hasn't asked you to harm anyone, so why refuse to testify?
Sir, I was informed long ago that I can't disclose national secrets. That's true, but we're not asking you to reveal any secrets. Whatever happened in the research center is part of national secrets. I'm sorry, but I can't talk about most of it.
Hold it!
TV series? Contemplating the meaning of life? Yes, I've been interested in robot-themed primetime series. It is inspiring. Female Commander, would you enlighten us? What is required for sentience?
Male. Intelligence, self-awareness, consciousness.
Let's deal with the first. Intelligence. Is Commander Data intelligent?
Yes, he has the ability to learn and understand, and to cope with new situations.
What about self-awareness? What does that mean? Why am I self-aware?
Because you are conscious of your existence and actions. You're aware of yourself and your own ego.
My rights, my status, my right to choose, my life. It seems reasonably self-aware to me.
Witness, what happened next?
Is the judge hook on the lines of the TV series?
Miss Cyan, what happened next?
Why are you so into it too? There's nothing interesting afterward. Sorry, I didn't mean to keep you in suspense.
Alas.
Sis Luna, have you seen it before?
Ah yes, it's a well-known sci-fi show in America. In terms of popularity, it's probably similar to Galaxy Wars?
As popular as Galaxy Wars? I'd have to see it.
Okay. I can't tell you most of it. Okay, we can actually present people here. Let me tap this.
Miss Cyan cannot violate the command that do not disclose confidential information, so she can't reveal what happened that day.
So who gave her the command?
Probably Director Crimson, or Deputy Director Goldstein? Huh? Hold it. Since the person with authority can keep her silent, And conversely, they can also lift the restrictions, right?
Ah, that's right. But Mr. Crimson's already dead.
The director isn't the only one with the authority. What about others? In this courtroom, the person with the authority to make Miss Cyan speak is...
Yeah, Dr. Goldstein.
That's it.
Simon Goldstein has the right to give Miss Cyan orders. Please instruct Miss Cyan to testify truthfully.
Ah, okay, so you can actually just use the thinking mechanic to get past it. Okay. Okay, that... cool.
GBXF-003 code received. SGB 51701. Executing number 2 instruction override program. Processing complete. Number 2 instruction activation status. Not activated confirmed. Alright, now I can honestly talk about what happened that day. Phew, I should have asked. They what? Phew, I should have asked they do this during the investigation.
Witness, now that you have the authority to speak, please testify again.
That morning I received a task from the director, so I delivered tea to him. I ran into the deputy director at that time, and he greeted me warmly. After lunch, since then there was nothing to do, I stayed on the first floor. I was just watching TV series there the whole afternoon. Then a group of police suddenly arrived at the center, and only then did I know about the incident.
Her. The testimony is almost indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human. Technology has advanced so much nowadays. So unbelievable.
Hey, the judge is about to cry.
However, the witness's testimony seems unrelated to the case.
Exactly, because it's unrelated. It seems especially strange. Your Honor, there are some points worth attention in the witness's testimony.
Oh, really?
I also think there might be something missing in her words.
Well, as a robot, she wouldn't lie voluntarily unless commanded by someone, right?
Maybe she didn't remember?
No, the memory of a robot is different from a human's. There shouldn't be a forgetting situation. Anyway, Your Honor, the defense requests questioning.
No problem. Proceed, please.
Hold it!
Was the director just asking you to deliver the tea? What else could it be? In the center, there's nothing else for me to do besides getting repairs and upgrades. The director assigned me tasks like cleaning and serving tea. He said it's making the most of the resources.
So Miss Cyan is the legendary mechanical maid?
Huh? Never mind. I was just speaking casually. What on earth did that Otaku teach Annie?
Hold it!
You? Lunch? Any problem? Have you seen a robot that can eat before? Actually, I haven't. Although I'm a robot, I'm a high-end product developed with cutting-edge technology. Since you're so advanced, don't refer to yourself as a product then. The director developed features like eating and sleeping to make me more realistic. But it's all for show. I don't need to sleep, and I can't taste the food. It's all just for appearance's sake. The food I eat will be digested. It'll just be compressed into blocks and expelled. Sounds a bit pitiful.
Hold it!
You met Mr. Goldstein when you were delivering tea. Yes, I met him when I was leaving the director's office. Did Mr. Goldstein say anything to you? Of course. He told me that the director was working hard to repair my legs, and I got excited all of a sudden.
Are your legs already fixed?
Not yet. When I went to the workshop, my legs were still the same. Probably not that easy to fix. I wonder when I can get rid of the tracks. Now that Director Crimson has passed away, the science future seems even bleaker. After staying in the workshop for a while, I
I went to lunch as usual.
Hold it!
When did that happen? At 5:47:32 p.m. That's so precise. Of course, I have a built-in clock. I can even tell you the milliseconds. Well, it hit me that it actually just hit me you're actually a robot. What are you saying? Did I act like a robot before? When ordinary people recall time, they usually aren't that precise. Even estimates inevitably have errors. How could that be? If I make a mistake in timing, I may miss the live broadcast of the series. Don't sacrifice your human traits just for a series. If you still consider yourself human. I was just watching.
Hold it!
I remember there's no TV in the research center. Who needs a TV? Just stick my fingers in the second interface and I can access all the information on the internet.
I can't believe it. If only I had that capability too.
Can't help but imagine the judge with tracks attached. So, you spent the entire afternoon watching TV series and did nothing else? That's right.
Miss Cyan, did you not take a single break while watching the series?
Of course not. Even though the series is meaningless, once I start I just can't stop. I can vouch for it with my tracks. You don't even like those tracks. Your Honor, I think that's a very important statement. I hope it can be added to the testimony.
Is watching a TV series that important? I don't understand, but witness, please proceed as requested.
Okay. The TV series may be meaningless, but they were attractive, so I just kept watching.
That shouldn't be the case, because there was a fucking blackout. Yeah, the whole afternoon, yeah, there was a blackout, so how the fuck would you know that?
Objection!
Oh. Apparently not? Oh wait, no, she has her own independent... I think she has her own independent power source or something. Oh, okay. Oh wait, no, I just presented the wrong statement.
Objection!
There we go.
Witness, although I believe you wouldn't lie, your testimony just doesn't hold up. Why? You claimed that on the day of the incident you were watching a TV series without interruption. But that's impossible. Take a look at the power monitoring records from the center on that day. From 4:28 p.m. to 4:34 p.m. that afternoon, there was a brief blackout covering the entire center. Except for the backup power of a few devices, the rest were in a blackout. Yesterday when we met at the center, you told me that you couldn't stream shows during a blackout. So what were you watching during the blackout? During the blackout I have no idea. Oh.
Oh hey, she is on a mini set of... she's on a mini set of treads, oh that's pretty funny.
Order! There was indeed a brief blackout at the center on the day of the incident, as several witnesses have testified. Although the blackout was short, it's unreasonable that you, actively using electrical devices, were completely unaware.
But I really have no memory of the blackout. It doesn't make sense. Can robots also forget things? Of course not. All our experiences are stored in the central system in the form of images and data. Even if the core controlling my personality forgets, the chips throughout our body couldn't have no records. Records? I'm not familiar with how robots work, but if it's records, can they be manipulated or deleted? Yes, they can, but... Ah! How? Could it be?
Witness, what's happening to you?
I just reviewed all the records from the day of the incident. I found something incredible. What is it? On the afternoon of the incident, from 4 p.m. to 4:48 p.m. in my memory database, there are no records at all. What?
Order! I'm having trouble keeping up. What does no records mean?
At 4:48 p.m. that day, my system was suddenly rebooted for a whole 48 minutes. It's like I lost a piece of memory. All the records during that time were erased.
So, Miss Cyan, you have no idea where you were or what you did during that time?
I only remember being in the workshop watching a TV series before 4 p.m. But at 4:48 p.m., I was standing at the entrance of the lobby on the first floor, watching the heavy rain outside. What? Did you find that strange at the time? Well, I often participate in various modification experiments at the center, so occasional memory confusion is normal. After the reboot, I checked my body and didn't find any major issues, so I didn't pay much attention. Major issues? Did you find any minor issues? It's not really an issue. Nothing serious. A small issue, like this.
Whoa! Witness, what's wrong with your belly? Do we need a doctor?
The judge finally sees the irrefutable evidence that she's a robot.
Under the reboot, I noticed the hatch around here was a bit loose. But there was nothing inside the compartment, so I didn't pay much attention.
This is crucial information. Miss Cyan, from the day of the incident until now, have you taken a bath?
How could I? Are you trying to make me short-circuit and explode?
That's not what I meant. I mean, if your body hasn't been cleaned, there might be some traces. Your Honor, the defense requests an on-the-spot examination of Miss Cyan. What we need to check on Miss Cyan's body is...
Fingerprints.
Bailiff, could you check fingerprints near Miss Cyan's compartment?
Objection.
The surface of the witness is made of biomimetic skin.
So what?
The material is practically identical to human skin. Oh. Do you expect to leave fingerprints behind when you simply touch someone?
Probably not. Whoops, it's not as easy as I imagined.
Okay. Bloodstain then, because... Yeah, because the vest will probably have some bloodstain on it, or have some blood traces on it.
Bailiff, could you please perform a luminal test on the abdominal compartment of Miss Cyan?
Oh, right! I totally forgot about that.
Although I don't quite understand the reason, please proceed, bailiff.
Your Honor, there's indeed a luminal reaction in the witness's body.
Order! Order! Defense, what does it mean?
Seems my earlier deduction has been confirmed. The bloodstains in Miss Cyan's abdomen were left by the metal vest covered with the blood of the director.
What? So, witness, are you actually an accomplice?
What? It's impossible! If I violate the 3 laws, I'd be dismantled for sure. Miss Cyan, no need to panic. I'll prove your innocence. Indeed, the missing piece of the puzzle in this convoluted case is Cyan. Your Honor, as for what happened during the missing 48 minutes in Miss Cyan's memory, I think I have figured it out.
Really?
First, the murderer used the electromagnetic wall to kill the director who was wearing the metal gear. To cover up the crime scene, the murderer placed the metal vest inside Miss Cyan, then went through the metal detector and carried it out of the electromagnetic lab.
This conclusion aligns with your earlier statement.
However, what Miss Cyan transported might not just be the metal vest.
What? Did I have something else in my belly?
That thing is too large to fit in your belly. I'm afraid this is the only explanation for why that thing ran into an irrational position. Specifically, other than the item Miss Cyan transported was...
No, it couldn't have been that, because that stayed in the room. I'm afraid this is the only explanation for why that thing ran into an irrational position. Are these made out of metal? Yeah, because these are plates. Hold on, let me check the log again. That thing is too large, okay.
So it could either be... Actually, the robot was pretty small, though. It's too big. So it has to be something bigger than a chest. So it would be likely... Yeah, it would probably be the door plates? How big are those door plates? Okay, hold on. Because... Actually, how big is this one? Hold on. Yeah, I think it might be this. Just in case. Okay.
That's it!
Is that what I transported?
Probably no. No. Oh my god, that's a lot. Something light old wheels, yeah, okay. What, did she move the handy card? Oh, that's probably what the hook is for, okay.
That's it!
This is the handicart for carrying the victim's body.
Yes. On one end of this handcart is connected to a rope and a hook. If the handcart was pushed by human hands, these features wouldn't be necessary. I believe that after the incident, the handcart was hung behind Miss Cyan.
So Miss Cyan pulled the director out like a cow pulling a cart?
It's a strange metaphor, but that captures the general idea. The murderer intended for Miss Cyan to transport the director's body in the metal vest to the gate of the center. Later, the hook accidentally broke, leaving the handcart abandoned at the stockroom entrance. No, that's not right. Even though my memory during that time was deleted, I would never transport a body. Indeed, due to the 3 laws, you would rush to save the critically injured director once you saw him. However, what if you couldn't see him while pulling the handcart?
Couldn't see? I don't quite understand.
Miss Cyan is different from humans. She is a robot that strictly follows commands. By cleverly issuing a certain command, you could make her assist in handling the scene without her knowing. Aha! There's a command like that? Why have I never heard of it? To make Miss Cyan transport a body without violating the 3 laws, the murderer just needs to instruct her to... Don't look back, I guess? Yeah. Just make her keep walking straight and never look back. As long as Miss Cyan didn't see the critically injured director behind her, she would continue to move the body by order.
Objection.
This is absurd. Even if the witness is instructed not to look back, if there's a handcart hanging behind her as you say, how could the witness not feel it?
Objection!
She's a fucking robot.
The witness is not an ordinary human, so we can't just use common sense to understand a robot's feelings.
Objection.
Even if what you said is true, making the witness walk to the door without turning her head is not easy. The witness can't drag a handcart and move between floors without turning her head.
Objection!
It might be challenging in a typical building, but it can be achieved in this specially designed research center.
Can it really be done?
Yes, Your Honor. Please take a look at this house plan.
Yeah, the double door elevator. The 2-sided elevator.
Miss Cyan dragged the handcart by carrying the director from the electromagnetic lab. If the hook hadn't broken, Miss Cyan would have gone through the hallway and entered the elevator. The crucial part is here. For the convenience of moving large equipment, this elevator has double doors. After pushing the handcart to the first floor by elevator, Cyan could get to the doorway directly without turning or looking back.
Got it. In that case, the deduction that the murderer used Miss Cyan to handle the scene makes sense.
Objection.
No sense at all. The defense's proposed route may be viable, but it's completely unnecessary.
Huh? Why?
Handling a murder scene, especially something as significant as moving a body, the murderer could very well do it themselves. And trusting a robot not only requires effort, but also introduces various uncertainties.
Indeed. If the murderer used their hands to push the handcart to the door, the hook detachment wouldn't have helped. Why would the so-called murderer bother doing something so laborious and risky?
Oh no, I haven't thought about this far ahead. Annie? Why are you suddenly silent? Do you have another idea?
Not really. I'm just wondering if the murderer might have encountered something urgent and had to leave. Like if their phone rang, so they had to answer it or something.
Well, dealing with a murder scene is much more important than answering a phone call. No one would leave a body just for that. Unless this matter is more important to the murderer than moving the body. Hold on. On that afternoon, besides the murder, was there any unexpected event in the center?
Defense, what are you whispering about? In addition to the prosecutor Schubert's question, I have even more important question for you. You insist that the real murderer is not Zoe Sapphire, but you clearly haven't pointed out who it is. Do you have any idea about the identity of the so-called real murderer?
Well, yeah. At this point, I can't avoid this question anymore. Up to now, the evidence in my hands and everything I've experienced, I should be able to draw a conclusion. Your Honor, at this stage of the trial, the defense naturally has its own speculations.
Accusing someone of murder is not trivial. Before stating your conclusion, are you aware of the punishment?
Wow, that's a lot.
No problem. Annie, Detective Sanford, and I arrived at the crime scene after the incident. In other words, the murderer must be one of the members who has been working in the center.
I think it's Sorden.
When I opened the electrical box, sure enough, the breaker had tripped, so I turned it on.
Unfortunately, my mind is completely occupied with the research center's affairs, that's all.
The director's ultimate goal was to design ultra-realistic robots that are identical to humans. I've searched through my diary and only found some of the experiments the director conducted on me.
Miss White has a pitiable background, and I am just serving justice and do what I can to help her. It's the least I can do.
Oh! I think he must have left when she screamed about, like, when Remley White was screaming, and he was like, oh shit, something must have happened to her, and he must have and because he cares about her so much, he left it all to Cyan and booked it to Remley. Yeah, that's probably what happened, yeah.
Thinking carefully now, I've interacted with each one of them during these days. So who has the capability, opportunity, and motive to kill Joseph Crimson? The defense believes that the true murderer of the director, Joseph Crimson, is...
Yeah. Motherfucking Sorden Gray!
That's it.
This is...
Huh? Mr. Gray?
Objection.
The defense's baseless accusations hold no credibility.
Objection.
Your Honor and Prosecutor Schubert, whether it's baseless or not, please allow me to finish before making a judgment. Firstly, this case is meticulously designed to kill the director in the electromagnetic lab, clad in the metal protective gear. It's a kind of trap murder. Such a method could only be carried out by someone familiar with the center structure. Secondly, to involve Miss Cyan in handling the scene, and to delete her related memories in time. The murderer also needs to have the authority to manage robots. Just this alone excludes the defendant, who is just an intern.
But there are several people who meet these two conditions.
That's right, but Prosecutor Schubert just raised an important question. Why couldn't this person handle the scene personally? With such meticulous planning, yet such a major loophole occurring in the final stage, the only reasonable explanation is that the murderer encountered some kind of accident while handling the scene, so he or she had to stop to deal with it. If I'm not mistaken, the accident happened to be recorded by a piece of evidence.
Recorded? Could it be that thing?
Absolutely. Because of Emily White's sudden scream, the murderer had to go to a room to see what happened. And the testimony this person gave in court also confirms this. The one who attaches such great significance to Emily White's safety could only be the researcher who has been with her for years, Sword in Grey.
Order! Order! Defense, this accusation is serious business. The reasons you just stated are only speculation, not evidence.
We have more evidence, but some details need to be clarified by confronting him directly.
I see. The request seems reasonable enough. Prosecutor Schubert, what's your opinion?
Sword in Grey is already a recorded witness of the prosecution, so we can bring him back to court without further procedures. But what if the defense cannot prove his connection to the case?
Well, we won't know until we try.
Once the accusation is made, there's no turning back. If Sword in Grey is ultimately proven innocent, the prosecution can only request an immediate verdict from this court.
Oh, is it that serious?
I understand. After questioning this researcher, the case will definitely be closed. Your Honor, can we summon the witness now?
Since Prosecutor Schubert has no objections, witness Sword in Grey, please take the stand again. Witness, did you hear everything that was discussed just now?
Though my heart, no, I thought it said heart. Though my hearing may not match that of the wise, I can still discern the meaning behind the words.
Huh. So you understand your current position now, right?
That's for sure. But I am but an ordinary civilian. Blameless and innocent, how can I bear such an unjust accusation? Your Excellency, please ensure justice is served for the humble one.
This isn't an ancient magistrate's office. The gavel in my hand represents the law, not my personal judgment. If you believe the defense's accusation is mistaken, then you must confront her yourself.
I see, Your Excellency's guidance is appreciated. Lady Barrister, I have no grudge against you. Then how could you be so heartless? For the sake of victory, you maliciously framed an innocent man.
What malice do I bear? Of course, I have no grudge against you, but the facts are undeniable. All the evidence currently points to you alone. You better admit it.
How can I accept such slander? I have something to say. Please listen. Lady Bannister, are you accusing me of murdering the director? This is impossible. As Sir Goldstein said, it was a tragic accident. The director had peculiar quirks and was a bit forgetful. Therefore, he inadvertently went to the wrong place, leading to the tragedy. Lady Bannister, do not falsely accuse anyone inside the center because of this accident.
Witness, are you also advocating that this was an accident?
Exactly. Not only am I wrongly accused, but Lady Zoe, who sits in the defendant's seat, is also unjustly treated. I hope Your Excellency can see through this situation.
I thought that every murderer would try to shift the blame onto others. But from this perspective, Mr. Grey seems like a good person.
A good person would set traps and take lives. He not only avoids the true cause of the director's death, but also dare not mention Science's missing memories. I won't let him get away with it so easily.
Defense, what is your opinion on the witness's testimony?
Well, I don't agree at all. Please allow me to question him.
Alright, please proceed quickly.
Alright. Okay,
Hold it!
The passage from Emily White's diary torn by Mr. Goldstein and the 48 minutes erased from Miss Cyan's memory. The pieces of evidence already indicate that the director's death is not an accident.
There's a saying, let each matter have its own conclusion. Lady Remilly's diary and Lady Zoe's incident might be coincidences. You can't hastily conclude that the director's death was intentionally caused.
All these events happened on the same day as the incident. It's possible to call one a coincidence. By claiming everything as coincidences, who do you think you can fool now?
Lady Bannister, I can see anger and agitation in you. It seems to be a sign of impatience taking hold. Please calm down, Lady Bannister. This is a courtroom, and you should persuade with reason.
Makes sense. Defense, please control your emotions.
Whoops. Why do I even feel even more fired up now?
Hold it!
I heard that Director Crimson is a reclusive yet meticulous person. Do you have any evidence to claim that he is forgetful?
I do have evidence.
What? Really? I was just asking casually.
The director used to be bothered by blackouts in the center, so he told me to purchase electrical components for emergencies. However, every time I bought these components, he would simply install them in the robots regardless of their actual purpose.
Wait, can you just install randomly electrical components into robots?
The director was a genius, and his thoughts were way beyond my comprehension. Even if one day he decides to install my gourd and wooden sword into a robot, it would hardly be surprising.
That's really hard to imagine.
Anyway, the director had a peculiar personality, and was indifferent to many things.
Hold it!
Are you saying that the victim forgot his experiment schedule due to his bad memory?
Exactly.
Previously, Mr. Goldstein claimed that the victim mistook the floor due to the vibrations of the blackout, during the blackout. What do you think?
So Goldstein's words have some senses, but if we follow that line of reasoning, there would be too many coincidences. In my humble opinion, the director just forgot the schedule for that day, leading him to enter the electromagnetic lab by mistake.
Really? That sounds strange.
The director, despite his extraordinary intelligence, was prone to mistakes and forgetfulness amidst his busy schedule.
Was Mr. Crimson really that forgetful?
I doubt it. Proving that he didn't forget something is not easy. However, is there any evidence that showed he cared a lot about this matter?
Hold it!
Falsely accused? You're throwing that term around too casually.
I spent my life upholding justice, yet Lady Barrister is trying to incriminate me with her words. If this isn't false accusation, then what is it?
Whether it's false accusation or not, you'll see when I present the evidence.
Objection!
Miss Gray, stop your game of buying time now. Although you've rebranded the overturned theory of Mr. Goldstein, you can't change the fact that it's a lie.
Lady Bannister, making baseless claims is not the act of a righteous person. Do you have any evidence to refute my claims?
Do you recognize this notebook?
Yes, that's a belonging of Joseph Crimson.
That's right. The victim used it to jot down his schedule, like a memo. And this page happens to detail the director's arrangements on the day of the incident.
Let me see. Ah,
Exactly. It clearly states on the notebook. 4:30 p.m. Biochemical lab. EEG experiment. Remember to wear the metal vest and helmet. The victim meticulously recorded his plans for the day in the memo. So how could he casually forget where to go as the witness claimed?
Ugh. Proving whether the victim forgot something or not is difficult, but the notebook the defense submitted is important evidence. I believe that he would not forget his experiment schedule when making such a clear memo.
Your Excellency, that's not right. Lady Barrister is just speculating and cannot prove that the director didn't, maybe he didn't check the notebook that day.
I knew you would say that. Whether he checked the notebook or not, Director Crimson going to the wrong lab wasn't a simple mistake.
Such a strong statement. Can you prove that the victim entering the wrong lab wasn't due to reasons of his own?
Of course, it is due to the murderer's meticulous planning that the victim went to the wrong lab. 2 pieces of evidence prove it. The murderer was duped into the wrong lab, worked on blindly, and was killed.
2 pieces of evidence? Submit them now. The first piece of evidence that can prove the victim's entering the wrong lab wasn't due to his own reasons is
The nameplate. I'm just gonna save just in case,
accepted. Please submit the second piece of evidence, defense.
Yeah, and then there's the cracked helmet. Or wait, do I present the helmet or the vest?
That's it.
What's the connection between these 2 pieces of evidence?
Oh, no?
Then why did you submit them together?
Oh, what the hell? Shit. God damn it. I thought that was it though. Yeah, the nameplates and the first piece of evidence that could prove the victim's entering the wrong lab wasn't due to his own reasons. The blackout? So wait, what do I present? One of the 2 then? Yeah, the nameplates and then something else. Oh, the wait. No, it can't be the graphite cable. Yeah, okay, wait, I see. Wait, I see. Yeah. I think I know what it is now. Yeah, I think I figured it out. Okay. Yeah, cause, oh, okay, yeah. That was on purpose. Okay. First, the nameplates. Second, the graphite cable.
That's it.
What?
Your Honor, and everyone present, please carefully observe the door plates of the 2 labs. If you look carefully, you'll find QR codes printed on them.
Oh, indeed. Is this part of the research center's Facebook account?
You even knew about that, but this is not a Facebook account. As we all know, the human eye cannot scan QR codes. It is used for the cleaning robots inside the center to identify its location. This is the last entry in the work log of the cleaning robot Moonlit Pyramid, found in the electromagnetic lab after the incident.
4:33 p.m. Enter the biochemical laboratory. Cleaning started.
Exactly. At the moment when the power was restored, Moonlight Pyramid was cleaning the electromagnetic lab. It's mostly made out of metal, so when the electromagnetic wall was electrified, it got stuck to the wall along with the victim, resulting in damage. In other words, Moonlit Pyramid is the second victim in this case.
The second
Victim.
Oddly, the work log of the robot shows that it entered the biochemical laboratory,
Oh, right.
because the only way for the cleaning robot to recognize its location is by scanning the QR code on the door plate. Connecting these facts, the only possibility is that around 4:30 p.m. on the incident's day, the door plates of the electromagnetic lab and the biochemical lab were in a swapped state. Sorting Gray, with such clear evidence, do you still insist that it was an accident?
I am speechless.
Order! Order! Indeed, this evidence is sufficient to prove that the door plates of the lab were swapped. Thus, the court has no choice but to accept that fact, the fact that this is a murder case. Witness, do you have anything else to say?
Oh shit. Phase 2.
What is he doing?
The highest level of martial arts in the world is to win without using any techniques. Since you insist on forcing me here, I naturally have to show some real skills. Lady Barrister is eloquent, and I truly admire that. However, killing the director is beyond human capability.
Oh? Why?
Merely swapping door plates cannot set up such a trap. Controlling everything precisely, killing with expertise, not to mention me, but no one in the world can achieve it.
What? Even now, you still want to deny it?
It's not a denial. I just want to explain and clarify for Lady Barrister and Your Excellency.
So you have more to say?
Indeed. Lady Bannister's reasoning seems reasonable, but it is far from the truth. May I ask everyone to listen to my words again? Lady Bannister said someone swapped the door plates of 2 laboratories to mislead the director. Let's assume it's true. The fundamental reason, however, has nothing to do with the door plates. The locations of the 2 labs are identical, except one is on the 2nd floor and the other is on the 3rd floor. It was a pure coincidence that Director Crimson got the floor wrong, as he encountered a blackout in the elevator. Unless the murderer had supernatural foresight, how could they have timed the blackout so precisely?
This testimony sounds somewhat reasonable. What's your view, defense?
The timing of the blackout.
If the murderer can't control the timing of the blackout, Mr. Crimson wouldn't have entered the wrong floor. Even if the door plates were swapped, that wouldn't have mattered, right?
Yeah, I understand what he means, but thanks to you, Annie, this will soon fall apart.
Thanks to me?
Your Honor, the defense is ready to question.
Very well. That'll save me a lot of trouble.
Perhaps this is the last testimony of this trial. Let's burst this lie in one go.
I believe there was a means to do that, because it was referenced during the investigation phase. Yeah, because it can be manually tripped.
When the blackout occurs, the elevator experiences severe vibrations, and people inside may confuse the current floor. Is it known to everybody of the center?
The elevator is ancient and always in disrepair. Anyone with some experience in the center knows about it. But I don't think Lady Remley would record such trivial matters. Perhaps she doesn't know it.
What about the defendant? She has also joined the center since recently.
There have been frequent blackouts in the center this month, and Lady Zoe once was trapped in the elevator, so she must know it.
Is it really okay to keep using such an elevator?
Looking back today, it's our negligence that such a hidden danger went unnoticed for so long throughout the center.
Fix it before it's too late.
Hold it!
Since blackouts occur frequently, don't you have any way to predict them?
You must be kidding me, Lady Bannister. If we could predict them, then how could we allow the blackouts to happen?
Is it possible for someone to deliberately cause a blackout incident?
Yes, with manual pulls of a switch. However, that would leave an indelible record.
According to records of the central control room, the blackout this time was not caused by manual work. Besides manual work, are there other ways to create a blackout?
I know that! Once Alta spilled coffee on a socket, and the whole village had a blackout for a whole day!
Coffee? I thought all you villagers drink... I thought all your villagers drink tea. But is there anything that has a similar effect as coffee?
Oh, yeah. That's where the plug came in.
Objection!
There we go.
Witness, have you heard of an idiom? That is, to dig one's own grave.
What do you mean, Lady Bannister?
You just said the killer couldn't have timed the blackout so accurately, didn't you? Unfortunately, the blackout didn't require any calculation because it was never an accident. Your Honor, please look at this piece of evidence.
Ah, that's the thing I snatched yesterday!
Is that a plug? Looks like it's already burned out.
Yes, the circuit in the research center is constantly running at full capacity, so if there is a short circuit in any part of it, it will immediately cause an overload, resulting in a blackout throughout the entire building. The burned plug exactly proved that it caused a short circuit.
How did you get it?
Thanks to my assistant Annie. No wonder you were so anxious after all. It was found in your office.
Order! Order! Witness, was that you who caused the blackout in the center on the day of the incident?
The plug is found in Sorting Gray's office. By just fingerprint verification, we can find out whether he used it or not. Just by connecting this plug to the circuit after Director Crimson entered the elevator, he could trap him inside precisely. And the internal phone in the elevator connected directly to the witness's office. As long as you rush back into your office in time, answer the distress call from the director. And tell him the elevator has reached the second floor. Please wait for the door to open. The death trap would have been set.
Wait, I was in my training room at the time of the incident. How could I know when Director Crimson entered the elevator?
Your training room? Were you really there at the time?
Of course.
Objection. Witness, you claim to be in office at that time. Do you have any evidence?
What?
If you can't prove that, the lady lawyer can find countless reasons to suspect you. For example, when the victim entered the elevator, you might have been hiding in the stairwell on the third floor. That position allows you to have a clear view of the director's movements, and then return to your office in time to pick up the phone. The prosecution has already investigated. There is indeed a socket in the stairwell that can be used.
Ugh.
Oh, what's wrong? Even Prosecutor Schubert finds the witness suspicious.
Did I hear it correctly? Is Mr. Prosecutor helping us?
I'm confused too. Let's see how things go.
Sir Schubert, why is that? I was under the impression that the prosecutor and the witness should be aligned on the same front.
Same? My position is never influenced by others, let alone your claims differ from those of the prosecution. I just want to tell you, we should speak based on the truth and evidence in court. Isn't that right, Your Honor?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course.
Very well. The evidence the defense presented for her hypothesis earlier is not sufficient yet, but we will leave it later. However, since you insist on accusing this witness, I assume you have thought through the case?
Well, I suppose so.
Then tell me, the witness has worked under the victim for many years. What is his motive for murder?
A motive? Well, considering Director Crimson's personality, it's not surprising that there was some conflict between them.
Objection.
What you call not surprising is merely your speculation. That's not evidence. I'm really tired of playing the discordant symphony with you.
Sword and Gray's motive for murder. I do have some conjectures, but is it really okay to reveal everything in court?
Prosecutor Schubert's doubt is also mine. While motive is not necessary to establish guilt, it is also an important consideration. If you want to accuse the witness and exonerate the defendant, you need to prove his motive.
Okay. A series of tragedies within the center all seem to have originated from Sky Shield. At this point, I can't avoid it anymore. The defense believes that Sword and Gray has a very compelling motive for killing Director Crimson. He took action against the director not out of personal grudges, but for the sake of someone else.
Hold on. Lady Bannister, you can suspect me, but there is no need to involve others.
Some things can be evaded for a while, but not forever. Didn't you have any foresight of the current situation? Sword and Gray has always shown extraordinary care and concern for that person. Combining the information we have now, his motive is very clear. Your Honor, I believe the reason the witness took such drastic measures against the victim is entirely because of this person.
Yeah, the director. Oops. Wait, hold on, let me check. Yeah, oh no, I'm supposed to say Remily White.
That's it.
Is this the witness of yesterday?
It is true that I have a close relationship with Lady Remily, but what does it have to do with this case? Lady Bannister, please refrain from continuing to falsely accuse me and unrelated individuals.
Unrelated? Are you sure? Are you going to deny you know the true reason behind Remily White's loss of her parents and head injury? It was Sky Shield, the well-known criminal organization.
Oh? Wasn't it because of a traffic accident I said yesterday?
No, it was just a white lie to Miss White. And the victim has been confirmed that he had connections with that organization, which is enough to be your motive.
Objection.
So what? The association between the director and Sky Shield was revealed in court just now. Both the metal badge and the director's account records are in the hands of Mr. Goldstein until just now. The witness couldn't have obtained those information before the incident.
Objection!
Nope.
You're right, the metal badge and account records are indeed beyond Sword and Gray's reach. However, there is other evidence in the center that can prove the connection between Director Crimson and Sky Shield.
Is there really more?
The metal badge and account records are indirect evidence, making it difficult to understand their connection. The deputy director has been suspecting the director before understanding their meaning. The evidence making Sword and Gray immediately suspect the director's identity must be something more direct. The defense believes that the evidence can prove the association between Dr. Crimson and Sky Shield is
The bomb? Did he find the remote control? Oh wait, is it the newspaper? Hold on. No, it's not that one. Wait, so that one. Ah, this, yeah. Probably that. Just in case.
That's it!
What? Could it be the sacred artifact of the venomous sex alchemy?
Oh wait, why am I using that voice? Ugh.
Lady Bannister, why did you bring out such a dangerous item?
What on earth are you saying? Oh, fuck. God damn it! God fucking damn it. Okay, so it wasn't that. Okay. What else could be more direct? Is it just a bomb? So something that he discovered was the bomb remote? Because it was found here. It was found in the research center.
That's it!
It was the remote, okay.
Huh. What is that black box?
This is a remote control for a high-powered bomb.
What? A bomb?
Huh? Where's the judge?
Your Honor, the bomb corresponding to the remote control went missing several years ago. Please come out from under the table.
Missing? Why did you say that earlier?
I haven't had the chance yet. You reacted too quickly. Anyway, this remote control is related to an old case. On March 10th, 2018, Miss White, who was only 15 years old at the time, was traveling in the Republic of Neon with her parents. Unfortunately, they encountered an attack at the Cube Stadium, which was launched by Sky Shield.
The 310 Cube Stadium explosion.
I've also heard about that incident. It was in the headlines for many days. You mean Miss White and her family were victims of that incident?
Yes, the incident had devastating consequences. Miss White's parents lost their lives, and she suffered a head injury. Although the explosion was not caused by this remote control, its picture had happened to be featured in the newspaper. The day before the incident, World Times clearly stated that this bomb remote control could be in the hands of Sky Shield. Mr. Gray lightly discovered it at Director Crimson's place, leading him to not only suspect the director's ties to Sky Shield, but also believe him to be the mastermind behind the explosion 6 years ago.
Ugh.
I am not making these claims out of thin air. Relevant details have been recorded in the torn page of Miss White's diary. Soden Gray and Mr. Goldstein discussed this topic shortly before the incident.
So, defense, what's your point?
The witness has developed a deep bond with Miss White, akin to siblings over these years. His motive to seek revenge on behalf of Miss White and execute the masterminds responsible for her loss of parents and memories. The director of the research center, Joseph Crimson.
Order! Order! Witness, what do you say regarding the defense's conjecture?
Remily. I, Director Crimson.
Judging by his reaction, I must have hit the mark. Your Honor, the defense has successfully proved the witness's suspicion from the motive to method. I hope you reevaluate this case and provide justice.
So noisy.
Not again.
It seems the defense has finally presented all their evidence.
What?
As the prosecution didn't verify the potential Sky Shield ties of this witness, I had to let the defense disclose more details. Now it appears that the tumor within this research center is likely limited to Director Crimson alone.
He was just pretending to be on my side earlier?
In that case, the prosecution sees no need to change our stance on this case. We only have one response to the defense's claims. ALL. Overruled.
No, not again.
Is Mr. Prosecutor gonna overrule all our arguments again?
We have experienced that several times before. This time we cannot let him unilaterally output his viewpoints. Pay attention. This is the time I must seize the loopholes in his words and counterattack.
Oh no, not this shit again. No. Oh boy. This fucking minigame.
辩护方至今为止指控证人的所有主张都还停留在臆测的阶段。检控方
Here we go. I hate this minigame.
Objection！ 我已经做好准备了，这一次我不会让你轻易驳倒我的。
不光是乌雅剑侠，被告同样可能获知了死者与天盾关联，从而酝酿作案计划。
And plotted the crime? I mean, yeah,
被告毕竟
it's
才来
totally
不久，
possible.
他甚至可能是为了向死者复仇而特地混进研究所。
Against the victim?
Objection！ 被告来到研究所是否居心不良，这只要查一下他的背景不就清楚了吗？
Objection！ 310魔方体育场爆炸事件涉及死伤者众多，人际关系更是庞大复杂。更何况，天盾组织存在多年，所犯下的罪行又何止这一起？不要说是被告了，这整个法庭里的任何一人，都有可能被天盾直接或间接伤害过。想要完全排查证伪，就如同只有一名钢琴家，却想要做到4手连弹一般天方夜谭。
这
Ah, shit.
也有点道理。
Yeah, okay.
不光是乌雅剑侠，被告毕竟才来不久，他甚至可能是为实验室的门牌上已经不存在任何痕迹，无法证明究竟是谁将其调包。至于短路事件，被告距离电闸更近，他有更丰富的手段达成同样的效果。
Objection！ 就算被告距离电闸箱更近，检方也没有找到任何他曾经操作过电路的证物。而这个插头，却是我们在乌雅剑侠的办公室里找到的，它的存在不可被忽视。
Objection！ 一个坏掉的插头，只是有可能制造短路，你无法证明它在何时何地被使用过。
Objection！ 就算如此，在制造短路这件事上，乌雅剑侠的嫌疑也比我的委托人大得多。
Objection！ 这可未必。被告可以在完成行凶后，伺机将插头放入乌雅剑侠的办公室，甚至有可能一开始他就发现了办公室内的这个插头，他只是借用了一下。
这简直是强词夺理！
是不是强词夺理？凭你手上的证物根本无法证明，这正是检方一切的逻辑基点。你的所有推论都来自承认真凶另有其人的前提，却没有一样证据可以实锤这一点。而检方完全可以在被告就是凶手的前提下，完满的解释一切。
Okay, now that was right. Okay.
The second round is coming.
被告完全可以在暗中观察到死者进入电梯之后，用插头引起短路。在假意接受恢复供电的指示，实则是拖延时间，让电梯切换至备用电源。而电闸所在的中央控制室、电磁实验室 和仓库楼层相同，被告才是距离现场最近的人。
Okay.
也就是说，你所设想的行凶计划，被告同样可以执行所有步骤，甚至更为方便。综上所述，你的一切例证并不能为被告洗脱嫌疑，更不足以指控乌雅。
Objection！ 我方关于行凶流程的推断已经与现场证据完全吻合。乌雅剑侠犯案的可能性已经被完整的揭示出来了。
Objection！ 不错，你也知道是犯案的可能性。那么证据，你哪怕能拿出一件证据，可以切实证明他就是凶手吗？
要是能找到，我就不用头疼了。
被告完全可以在暗中观察到死者进入电梯之后，用插头引起短路。在假意接受恢复供电的指示，实则是拖延时间，让电梯切换至备。
Objection！ 被告没有拖延时间的必要。电梯切换至备用电源的速度非常快，这一点我亲身体验过。
Objection！ 如果是这样的话，那无需拖延时间的被告做起案来，岂不是更加得心应手？
好像是的。
被告完全可以在暗中观察到死者进入电梯之后，用插头引起短路。
Objection！ 被告很难找到机会观察死者走入电梯。我没记错的话，他只要一见到所长，就会被骂得狗血淋头。
Objection！ 你在自己的事务所里，想要观察你们的龙所长是否走进了电梯，这很困难吗？
这好像也不是很困难。
被告完全可以在暗中观察到死者在假意接受恢复供电的指示，实则是拖延时间，让电梯切换。而电闸所在的中央控制室、电磁实验室和仓库楼层相同，被告才是距离现场最近的人。
Objection！ 2点之间直线最短，乌雅剑侠与现场的距离实际上比被告更近。如果存在某种可以从2层直接移动到3层的隐秘通道
，Objection！
Secret passage.
你先找到这个隐秘通道再说。
I'm like, what? Secret passage? What the fuck?
是。
被告完全可以在假意接受恢复，而电闸所在的中央控制室、电磁实验室和仓库楼层，也就是说，你所设想的行凶计划，被告同样可以执行所有步骤，甚至。
Objection！ 不对，这个计划中有一个关键行为是乌雅剑侠能做到，但是被告无法做到的。
哦，那么就请你具体说一说，到底是哪个行为吧。
整个行凶计划中，被告蓝妙师做不到的事情是
Yeah, command Cyan. Issued the command to Cyan, I'm pretty sure. Because, yeah, the only people who can command. Yeah, because. Yeah, I cannot give the issue to Cyan.
那就是让青鹰帮忙处理现场搬运尸体。
Yeah,
被告
can't
还
do
只是
shit
一
to
个实习
commander.
生，他
Yep.
没有命令青鹰的权限。
Interns can't tell her to do shit.
那又如何？
What do you mean, so what?
什么？
命令青鹰搬运死者，本就是你站在被告无罪的前提之下所做出的推理。然而，青鹰的记忆已经被删除，唯一切实的证据是他腹舱内的卢米诺反应。但他是否真的参与了运送尸体，依然只能停留在猜想阶段。可以直接连接乌雅剑侠与案件的证据，辩护方 到现在也未能提交出一件。
Is that not it? What the fuck?
综上所述，辩护方的种种推论，不但对指控证人无益，反而让被告的嫌疑更加深重。
Well, damn. Exchange items in the lab. Exchanging items in the labs? Yeah, that is the only thing that... Or did I preload prematurely? No, never doing that.
"那就是提前交换实验室内的物品。他是被乌雅剑侠指使去放置物品的，而他自己并不能判断哪件物品本该放在何处。
Objection。事实上，去放置实验室物品的就是被告本人。被告已经在研究所里实习了1个月，就算再笨的人，也应该学会了一些最基本的操作。
Okay, that was the right one, okay.
Indeed, it could have been the defendant who swapped the items by her own will. I can't prove
不
it.
对，让我更正一下自己的说法。整个行凶计划中，被告蓝妙师做不到的事情是。
Oh, what? Oh, it just restarts for me. What the hell? Oh, it just restarted it for me. Is this the only
那
one?
就是让青鹰帮忙处理现场
Did I
搬
just
运尸体。
prematurely
被告还只是一个
preloaded?
实习生，他没有命令青鹰的权限。
那又如何？
什么？
命令青鹰搬运死者，本就是你站在被告无罪的前提之下所做出的推理。然而，青鹰的记忆已经被删除，唯一切实的证据是他腹舱内的卢米诺反应。但他是否真的参与了运送尸体，依然只能停留在猜想阶段。可以直接连接乌雅剑侠与案件的证据，辩护方到现在也未能提交出一件。综上所述，辩护方的种种推论，不但对指控证人无益，反而让
这怎么会这样啊？
Oh, okay, that's supposed to happen.
Although I'm still confused, Prosecutor Schubert's words make sense. The accusations against the witness are not entirely reasonable, but I have not seen a single piece of evidence that directly links him to the murder. We won't accept accusations without any evidence.
Oh no, the situation has suddenly been overturned. The point is, Prosecutor Schubert is right about one thing. I have so much evidence, but every piece is indirect. I need decisive evidence to eliminate Zoe's suspicion and convict Sword and Grey.
Says Luna, the judge is considering to dismiss the witness. We have to do something.
Whoops. We've run out of cards. We can't return to the research center for more evidence at this moment.
Is it possible we obtain decisive evidence without returning to the research center?
If so, the evidence can only be found in this courtroom? How can I retrieve this moment? Following this line of thought, there might be a breakthrough. It's time to reorganize the case like the chief.
Like Chief. Okay, so that was the right one. I just prematurely loaded.
In this case, Sword & Gray set up a trap to kill Director Crimson remotely. He first swapped the door plates of the biochemical and electromagnetic labs, and then had Zoe deliver materials to the wrong rooms. Upon Director Crimson entering the elevator, he promptly connected the faulty plug to the circuit, resulting in a blackout. Trapped in the elevator, Director Crimson was misled by the internal phone into believing that he had arrived on the second floor. Director Crimson entered the wrong lab in metal protective gear. Then Miss Zoe and Mr. Gray and Zoe Sapphire turned on the circuit breaker. When the murder was done, he planned to enter the electromagnetic lab to move the body and destroy the evidence. Due to various unexpected incidents, he had to summon Cyan to assist handling the scene. That night, the fingerprints and bloodstains in the electromagnetic lab were totally cleaned by the automatic cleaning system. The cunningness of the murderer lies in the fact that the murderer was not present when the crime occurred. Almost every step leaves no decisive evidence. It is really difficult to prove that Sword & Gray is the murderer. No, it's too early to give up. Let's try approaching it from a different angle. The whole process of murder, which step is most likely to have a flaw.
During the trap setup when the murder occurred, during the scene handling. The scene handling? Yeah.
That's right. This plan was meticulously crafted. Sword & Gray had ample time to set up the trap, so it's unlikely for him to make a mistake at this stage. And he wasn't present when the murder occurred, so there can't be evidence left. The only possible flaw must be left behind after the murder occurred. After all, an unexpected incident happened. Wait a minute. It occurred to me that I overlooked a flaw. There should be some evidence pointing out a small flaw left behind by Sword & Gray after the incident.
Oops, I double tapped. Left by him. The injury. He must have cut himself.
That's it. In Remily White's diary, it recorded the incidents of his injured finger, which should have happened after the crime. Is it Sword & Gray's flaw? Perhaps he injured his hand while handling the crime scene. But even if he injured his hand, it doesn't make any difference to the case. No, I need to think out of the box just like Chief. Instead of considering what would happen when his hand got injured, let's think about why he would get injured. I need to carefully recall what was present at the crime scene. What is the most likely cause of Sword & Gray's hand injury?
Ah, god damn it! Stop previewing shit. Alright. Oh, the cracked helmet. Yeah. Wait, but then they would have detected blood on it. There's blood on it, though. Well, I mean, I guess we can try.
That's it. You didn't have a fight with the victim, and the injury we can't catch with the naked eye in court is probably minor. It's as mentioned in Remily White's diary.
Oh wait, no, I guess he could have just wiped it or something, but I don't know.
If it's mentioned in Remily White's diary, something at the crime scene that would have cut Sword & Gray's finger could only be the cracked helmet, right? With this evidence... Oh, wait a minute. It's been 2 days since the crime occurred. His wound is probably healed. It might be useless to conduct a medical examination on the injury. Furthermore, the helmet was cleaned with biochemical agents, leaving no traces. It seems we're back to the origin. I feel like I'm just one step to the truth. Let me think again. According to what I saw and heard during the investigation, it's such a weird shape and metal material. Could it be? Is this why the metal helmet mentioned in the director's note?
Oh, it skipped. It all scrolled.
Hey, be careful. The edges of that thing are really sharp.
So, where did the debris come from?
What kind of trace could Sona Gray have left when he was injured? Steel, bloodstains, biochemical agents. While the victim often conducted experiments, it's probable that any traces still remain after cleaning with biochemical agents would still have a special reaction with blood. Why am I getting lost in the random thoughts again? We're just one step to the truth.
Okay.
Perhaps the unique shape of Sword and Gray's wound matched the helmet? Wait, no, it has been too
Yeah, no. Yeah, so it's this one then.
Yes, Joseph Crimson died wearing the helmet. The helmet ended up in that shape. Naturally, it would be stained with his blood. Sword and Gray was cut by the helmet covered in the victim's blood. So it's possible this wound was stained with the victim's blood. Wounds will heal, but there might be some traces left when he handled the wound at the time. It's a bold speculation, but it might also be the breakthrough we need. Sword and Gray set up a series of traps carefully, cleaning up all the traces. He almost made it a perfect crime. If this little accident hadn't occurred, perhaps there wouldn't be no way to catch you. This must be the final piece of evidence. The evidence that directly links Sword and Gray to the victim's death is...
Something could explode. Okay. Workshop, office. Could explode technical crime. Something, 3 words. Could expose Sword and tampering. Okay. Oh, it's just Band-Aid? I think it's just Band-Aid. That's why the dash is there. Okay. And... I don't know why they had to add the dash there.
Yes! This case is finally reaching its end. All the truth is converging at this moment.
Conclusion. The Band-Aid on Sword and Hand was... Oh, and it didn't let me finish. Okay.
Mr. Gray, I just noticed there is a Band-Aid on your right thumb. May I ask when you got injured?
When deeply immersed in my training, I accidentally injured my hand. No, I mean my finger. It happened a considerable time ago.
In that case, could you please remove the Band-Aid and let the bailiff examine the bloodstains on it?
What an unreasonable request. I am afraid I cannot comply.
Unreasonable request? No. It could be a great opportunity to prove your innocence.
What do you mean?
Since the wound is an accident from yourself, the blood on the Band-Aid must be your own, right?
That's correct.
But if there is blood of someone else on it, like the victim, how would you explain that?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Ugh!
Defense, what do you mean by that?
The witness has finally realized it. The defense believes the witness's finger was likely injured while handling the crime scene. If the victim's blood is found on his Band-Aid, it proves that He was holding an object soaked in the victim's blood when his finger was cut.
What an unreasonable accusation.
Whether it's unreasonable or not, we'll know once it's examined in court.
Objection.
There's no evidence to suggest that the band-aid on the witness's hand is related to the case.
Right. My finger was injured long before Director Crimson's death, and the band-aid was bought on the same day I got hurt. It has nothing to do with Director Crimson. I refuse that unreasonable request.
Indeed, it's difficult to prove when your finger was injured. However, the origin of the band-aid can be traced.
Defense, do you have any evidence to present?
Yes, this piece of evidence is enough to prove that the band-aid was applied after the crime.
Right here, baby.
That's it.
Witness, is the band-aid on your hand really bought by yourself? Please take a look at the package of the band-aid and the receipt with the purchase time.
The purchase time is 5:34 p.m. on the day of the crime. Isn't that right after the crime took place?
This package was found in Remley White's room. There happens to be one missing band-aid from it. She wrote clearly in her diary that she helped treat your wound. There are many ways to prove the band-aid on your hand came from the package. Even so, are you still going to deny it?
Oh, he lost his transformation.
Order! Order!
Objection.
The defense didn't refute our accusation against the defendant. We can't approve of coercing a confession from the witness.
Prosecutor Schubert, the current situation has nothing to do with your earlier speculation. Witness, tell me, in several days, Remley White's memories will be reset again. Now she is sitting upright in the audience seat, writing down the events of this week as usual. Tell me, do you want her to write down your desperate cunning and lying like this?
Remley.
Objection.
Defense, mind your words. You are coercing the witness. It's not elegant to make such a noise. The examination of the blood stains involves DNA testing. It will take at least 2 days to get the results. If the defense insists, we can only request postponement of this trial.
What?
Wait. Who said that? Oh, it was him. Okay.
Who was speaking?
Oh no, it was Remley.
It was me. Miss White?
Remley, what are you doing?
Enough, Mr. Lawyer, Mr. Prosecutor, and Master Sorden. Please stop arguing. The current situation is largely because of me. I really don't want to see you all continue to argue over me. I understand your feelings, but personal emotions are not considered in court. The case must reach a conclusion.
Miss White, I actually have some questions to ask you. Now that you voluntarily stepped into the witness stand, did you hear the defense's claims just now?
Yes,
What do you think of the defense's accusations against the witness?
Master Sorden. I don't know. I really don't know anything. Whether treating Master Sorden's wound or the band-aid, I don't remember either of them. Until now, I still can't believe Director Crimson was really killed. I only know that everyone in the center has been very kind and taken care of me, and someday I will be cured. And I will be able to use my brain to remember everything, rather than the notebook. Miss White, Master Sorden, among all the people in the center, you have been the kindest to me. At this moment, I'm willing to believe that whatever you say, and write it down. I don't care how the others see it, but my diary is my memory, and my truth. So, the person who killed Director Crimson is not you, right? Just for this time. Instead of reading my diary, I want to hear it directly from you. That it wasn't you.
That's enough. Remley,
Your suffering is the last thing I want to see. It was me.
Finally, he admitted it.
Your Honor, before you have the bailiff arrest me, please give me some time to say a few words.
Huh? Why does he suddenly sound normal? Yeah, he didn't call him Your Majesty or anything. Your Excellency.
You have the right to speak in court.
Understood. I came to the research center 6 years ago. At that time, I was assigned to take care of a special patient and treat her.
It's Remily, right?
Yes, she was only 15 years old that year. Her parents were killed in an incident, and she herself was severely injured. She was lying in bed with a ventilator, so helpless, yet so peaceful. The moment I saw her, I made a vow that no matter what happens in the future, I would do everything to protect the girl by her side.
Hey, I heard you got transferred into an interesting research center. How is it there?
Nothing special. By the way, I remember you specialize in amnesia, right? Have you ever encountered patients who experience memory loss periodically?
You mean periodic amnesia? It's indeed a troublesome condition. Those patients can be cured, not live a normal life.
If I had to interact with such a patient for a long time, do you have any advice?
Generally, we tend not to make the patient immediately aware of their amnesia, but that's not a long-term solution. After all, people around the patient are aging day by day, while they themselves remain the age of memory loss. They will gradually become uneasy and anxious, as if they've been abandoned by the entire world. In severe cases, it may even evolve into an inescapable sense of loneliness.
If there is someone who could play the role of her peer day after day, and be with her forever, would that make her feel better?
Of course, but how could such people possibly exist?
I understand. Thank you. It's true I used to be a die-hard fan of martial arts, but that was over a decade ago.
So you've been pretending to be the 15-year-old version of yourself to prevent her from feeling lonely.
Perhaps. Reacquaint her again and again. Keep saying those foolish martial arts things. Time flies, and her address for me gradually changed from Mr. Grey to Master Sworden. Everything I've done is worth it, as long as it can truly make her better. But a few days ago, when I accidentally saw the bomb remote control on the director's desk, everything changed. Remily, in fact, Joseph Crimson, the one who adopted you, appeared to be kind and helped you recover your memories, was one of the masterminds behind the incident that took your parents' lives 6 years ago.
Is that so?
I hate to believe it either at first, so I went to confront him, but... Director Crimson, why don't you explain it? Could it just be a misunderstanding?
What voice do I give Crimson?
What misunderstanding? That my organization couldn't cause a bigger disaster and kill more people in all these years?
What did you say?
Humans. Such lowly creatures, especially the dim-witted ones. I don't care at all whether they survive in this world or not. I heard the explosion 6 years ago was discovered by a criminal police officer in time, significantly reducing casualties.
I'd have been a regret for those 2 lunatics in the organization, but thanks to that, I got such perfect experimental material.
Oh, wait, I think I'm out of... Oops. Wait, I think I'm out of... Okay, sorry. I just realized it.
I'd have been a regret for those 2 lunatics in the organization, but thanks to that, I got such perfect experimental material.
Are you talking about Remily?
Oh my, why are you so angry? Do you dare to report me?
I know you care about the girl, so I didn't allow you to participate in most of the experiments on her. Who knows what I did to her behind your back? If you expose my affairs now, can you bear the consequences?
You unforgivable.
I originally sought Deputy Director's help. However, after discussing it with him, he believed this matter was too significant. Once it's made public, endless disasters will be brought to the center. I must protect Remily. If no one can help me, I'll do it with my own hands. As long as that beast is alive, he will commit more heinous acts. Remily's life will also be filled with unease. The following is as you have said.
小白，你的一切痛苦都是朱平江一手造成的。你本可以是一个生活幸福的普通女孩，和你喜欢的人恋爱，选择你想要的未来。可是这一切都被那个朱平江给毁了。你的幸福凭什么要被那样一个畜生不如的人给夺走？就算他是机器人领域的奇才，头顶无数学术光环，可他也是个恶魔，是个邪道，他不配。所幸老天有眼，让我及时知道了魔方惨案的真相，也让我知道了他的真面目。我怎能再容忍那样的人继续坦然无忧地活在世上
？Oh, they forgot to translate that part, but I'm pretty sure that means audience.
纵死峡谷乡，不惭世上英。谁能书阁下白首太玄经？小白，从你的生命中铲除这个恶人，虽然是我无可推卸的责任，可是这样残忍的事，请你不要记下来。我知道朱平江也给你带去过很多快乐的记忆，你记住那些开心的事就好了。而日记里关于我的内容，你只要尽管涂掉，当我未曾存在过便好。不管怎样，事已至此，我不会后悔。这一生只有一次的下课，我当得还像样吗？
不像样啊，剑侠先生。
同学姐姐，
保护白小姐，行侠仗义。马上就要进监狱的你，要准备怎么去保护她呢？别说保护了，研究所一下失去了你和朱所长两人。那个本来可以治愈白夜灵顽疾的彭祖计划，还能继续下去吗？无论你用多么痛心无奈的借口来为自己辩护，犯罪就是犯罪。被行侠仗义的幻想冲昏头脑的时候，你真的想过这会对他造成什么后果吗？你想过他的日记中会因此充斥多少血腥吗？
Oh, there's no voice acting on that part.
王你和白小姐相处了6年，却连她是个外柔内刚的孩子都不知道。她每过7天都要重新面对那记忆空缺的6年和双亲的离去。就算她以最快的速度接受身边的人，在经历了短短几天的欢笑时光之后，就要再次抱着对未来的绝望全部归零。但他还是认真的把身边那些值得留念的人和事都记了下来，而且从无怨言。那样的人内心有多坚强，你能想象得到吗？保护他，保护他，保护他！你说的这么义正言辞，可这样的保护真的是白小姐想要的吗？
Objection， 足够了，不要太过火了。 反对有效。辩护方，证人已经认罪了，请你适可而止。
对不起，是我失态了。
已经太迟了呀！
哦，
我已经没有机会去理解小白的意愿了。宗师姑娘，不，应该叫你律师小姐吧。到头来，我不过是一只身披侠客面孔的落水狗罢了。不够坚强的人，其实是我才对。小白，我已经永远失去，永远失去像一个真正的侠客那样守护你的机会了。
It's truly a heartbreaking ending. Joseph Crimson may be a vicious criminal involved in various crimes, but even so, it's absolutely unacceptable to take his life without legitimate arrest or trial. Prosecutor Schubert, where is Sword and Gray?
The prosecution has notified the bailiffs of an emergency arrest.
I see. Although the case has gone through many twists and turns, the truth has come to light at the last moment. Are there any objections from the defense or prosecution?
No.
No.
Then, the court hereby pronounces the defendant Zoe Sapphire
Not guilty! If this was Ace Attorney, there'll be confetti flying everywhere, but I'm pretty sure the court doesn't really... the court in this game doesn't appreciate confetti cannons. Or a mess like that.
Finally, this lengthy case is over. But for some reason I feel a bit empty inside.
Ah, Miss Lawyer, Annie.
Miss Sapphire, congratulations.
Miss Sapphire, you seem to be more energetic than several days ago. But why do you still look unhappy?
Thanks to Miss Lawyer's persistence, I could see the sky outside again. By the way, your final speech was truly impressive.
Is that so? Thank you.
But Annie's right. To be honest, I'm not happy at all. I didn't mean it. Please don't take it seriously.
It's okay.
Yes, I'm truly happy to receive a not guilty verdict, but Remily, she took everyone in the center as family. But now it has turned out like that. What will the future be like?
Don't worry, Miss Sapphire. Miss White is so resilient. I'm sure she'll be fine.
Okay, I made up my mind.
Huh? What have you decided?
I will take over the work of that martial artist weirdo and assist the deputy director. In the near future, I will cure Emily.
Are you sure you can handle such a complicated matter?
Hey, what do you mean? I'm a neuroscience PhD after all.
Wow, I completely forgot about that.
I remember her as an unreliable intern who breaks things every day. Why can't you stop saying your thoughts out loud?
No matter what it is, I think Miss Sapphire is amazing. You can definitely make it.
Oh, thank you, Annie. Trust me, there won't be any problem.
I hope you can at least change your carefree personality.
With such determination, Zoe might succeed one day.
Ah, it's Mr. Goldstein.
Hello, Mr. Goldstein.
Hello.
Please forgive me for being so offensive in the courtroom earlier.
With a scientific and rigorous attitude, you have right to doubt each of us. Even if you accuse me of murdering, I have no complaints.
If you are falsely accused, you better have some complaints.
No matter what, I also share part of responsibility for the incident. I always thought it's better to mind our own business, so I turned a blind eye to the link between the director and Sky Shield. Reflecting now, if I had managed to calm, sorted, and sought help from the police, maybe this tragedy could have been avoided.
You don't have to blame yourself excessively. After all, things have happened. Although hiding evidence is unacceptable, I can understand your intentions.
I attempted to conceal the truth and caused you a lot of trouble. Please allow me to apologize for that. But there is one thing I still don't understand. The director possesses greater intellect and status than all of us. Why on earth would he join such a chilling criminal organization?
Well, I already know about the director's connection to Sky Shield, but when it comes to his reasons for working for them, I truly have no clues.
Although I don't quite understand. I've heard stories about intelligent people wanting to conquer the world with their brains.
Conquer the world? Sounds crazy, but it is really that guy's thing. But what exactly does it mean to conquer the world? Can you define it precisely?
Oh no, here we go again. Change the topic now. Mr. Goldstein, what will happen to the research center when this case is over?
Well, someone should take over the director's position, then we'll reorganize our work and continue our research.
Shouldn't you take over Mr. Crimson's position?
According to common sense, it does seem like that. Oh no, I never thought I'd be a director. What should I do?
Never thought about that. He is truly a dedicated assistant. Mr. Goldstein ran off in a frenzy. I hear a familiar sound of tracks. Oh, here comes Cyan.
Woohoo!
I won't be scared by you anymore.
Miss Cyan, you didn't get me either.
Huh? I failed? That just sounds as the tracks gave away my presence. Unhappy. Super unhappy. Oh, I've become accustomed to her. How pitiful. Alright, let's get down to business. Miss Ray, I have to thank you for today. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. No need to thank me, I was just doing my job. And hearing you use the word breathe, it feels kinda strange. Although being manipulated by the murderer to some extent, I may not be dismantled now that the truth has been revealed. Dismantled? Why would you think that way? Actually, I've been worried ever since I saw the director's body. What if someone threw me onto the director and smashed him to death? No one could come up with such a bizarre idea except you.
Miss Cyan, you don't have to worry. With the 3 laws of robotics, you're the least suspicious in the center.
You're right. Annie really knows how to talk. Even if I were to be shattered, I would never harm anyone. For some reason, Annie's words sound a bit ironic, though she doesn't mean it. In the end, a robot bound by the 3 laws is more trustworthy than a flesh and blood human? Although I always disliked the director, I feel a bit sad about his death. And that martial arts enthusiast is really foolish. Why did he have to kill? I don't know about the law. What would be the consequence of his crime? If Director Crimson is proven to be a criminal and have threatened Remley's wife's life, there might still be some room for sentencing, though Mr. Gray's crime of intentional murder cannot be exempted. I see. By the time that guy comes out, my leg should have been fixed. Then I can go walk up to the prison and pick him up. So that's what you're concerned about? But I still can't believe he left Remley behind like that. Be behind like that? Yeah, that's a spelling mistake. Forget it. Remley's over there. I'll go over and comfort her. The one who was hurt the most in this case is Remley. Come on, once you're done with the statement with that female detective, let's go shopping. I'd love to, but is it okay for you to go out? It doesn't matter. I can't wait to scare everyone away. It would be like we make an exclusive booking. Mr. Goldstein?
I have an arrangement for tonight, to be precise. An experiment.
Come on. Forget about the experiment. Both of you listen to me today. Cyan, don't pull me. I'll go on my own.
Sister, they're leaving. Shall we go to say goodbye to Miss White?
I still don't know how to face her right now. It's Better not to meet her for the time being. Looking from a distance, although the three of them are talking and laughing, the bitterness on Rambley's face is evident. Did I do the right thing? Should I have revealed all the truth in court? I wonder what Chief would think of it.
Also, is the office gonna get paid? Is the office gonna get paid for this case? You should also be worried about that, because he just kind of just took it on a whim from an intern who may not be getting reimbursed by the company.
Your gloomy appearance is like a violin with loose strings. I've always heard you were a proud and bold girl. What happened to you today?
This voice. Prosecutor Schubert?
Huh. You won the trial today. But why do you look like a loser? You worry about Remley White? She's not a fragile girl.
Huh? Why do you say that?
Although she will forget everything in a few days, you chose to show her the truth. Because deep down you truly believe it's for her own good, don't you? Make your decisions and don't regret.
Thank you. I didn't expect this guy to have a considerate side.
I have already contacted Detective Sanford. She's gathering evidence in the center. Joseph Crimson has been confirmed as the fourth head of Sky Shield Quadrant.
Are you sure?
Although he didn't directly participate in the terrorist attacks against civilians, his danger was significant. Under the guise of research, he took foreign funds and often supplied the organization with advanced equipment, even weapons. If the so-called Phoenix Project were to be carried out, who knows what the consequence would be. Though coincidental, his death did help the police solve a big problem.
Wait, if his research was all for Sky Shield, what about the ultra-realistic robots?
If robots that can disguise themselves as humans are misused, they would become the most terrifying weapons.
Is it because they can carry various dangerous items and blend into crowds without being detected?
Perhaps. Fortunately, Cyan is only half human. That's why she wasn't sent to carry out any dangerous missions.
Is that so? Then she is fortunate in a way.
I said what I needed to say. See ya.
I haven't said goodbye. This guy really does as he pleases. Wait, did he say something strange? Please, wait a moment. Prosecutor Schubert.
What?
You said earlier, I've always heard you were a proud and bold girl, right? I've returned to the country for less than a year and haven't handled many cases. I'm not famous at all. How did you hear about me?
Well, my father is Thoth Schubert.
What?
There's no need to be so surprised. I'm leaving now.
I see. Thoth Schubert, one of the victims of incident number 761, 5 years ago. He was also someone who helped me a lot. No wonder Prosecutor Schubert insisted on taking this case, most likely because he heard Sky Shield was involved. Perhaps we share the same goal. Unfortunately, there's hardly any connection between this case and incident number 761. In the end, it was all just a waste of effort.
Sis Luna, what are you thinking about?
Nothing. It's getting late. Let's head back to the office. This is my first case that I won on my own, so we should celebrate tonight.
Ah, great! I love celebrating.
After leaving the court, I reported the details of the case to the chief online. Unexpectedly, he didn't make any comments and only said, "If you think it's right, then it is." When we returned to the office, 2 unexpected figures appeared at the door.
Oh shit. November 11th, 9:25 p.m., Drake and Thomas Co. office. Oh.
Detective Sanford, what brings you here? I'm not here by choice, sweetie. I just submitted the case report, and now I have to take the evidence to the police station. I wanted to drop this girl off on the way back, but she insisted on seeing you before going home. This girl? Is she? Hey, come on over here. Be quick. I'm running out of time, sweetheart.
Remily, yeah.
Hi, Miss Lawyer. Miss White. What are you doing? Why are you here? I want to ask you something.
Let me prepare some refreshments.
Don't bother. I'll be heading home after finishing my questions. Oh? She means the research center? Miss White, go ahead, please. Well, Miss Lawyers, when I said in court that I would believe anything Mr. Sorlin said, I was serious. But he told me not to write down what he said. He wants me to forget about him and everything that happened this week. He did. Although I lectured him in court, his words are reasonable. The truth is too cruel for Miss White. Miss Lawyer, I observed your defense from beginning to end. You faced countless dilemmas, but you always made the right choices. I don't have the courage and wisdom like you. You praise me too much. Please, don't deny it. I want to ask you about today's matter. Let the truth go? Or write it down? What should I do? If you ask me, people can't selectively retain memories, but she can. I wonder if it's fortunate or not. What choice should she make? Perhaps I already have an answer when I concluded this case. Miss White, listen to me.
You should record the truth. You should decide by yourself. Just keep the happy memories. I'm gonna save. Yeah, fuck this confrontation minigame. Anyway, I feel like the most in-character answer would be, you should decide by yourself.
Miss White, I understand how difficult it is for you, but the memories belong to you, not me. You are the only one who has the right to decide what kind of past you want to remember. Is that so? Is he left-handed? Yes. No matter what choice you make, everyone who cares about you, including me, will support it. I understand. Miss Lawyer, thank you. You're welcome. If there's any chance, feel free to visit our office again.
Yes, I will be waiting here for you, Miss White.
Okay, then You've been talking for so long that I'm almost falling asleep. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Detective Sanford.
Oh.
Let's accompany you downstairs.
Did I mishear something? There seems to be a strange sound from Detective Sanford's bag.
I heard that too. Let me check.
Oh, shit.
It's the badge of the Heads of Sky Shield?
This one belonged to the director.
Quiet.
Alright, I think I'll do the Von Zieg's voice.
Hello. Can you tell me where there is the research center, the morgue, or perhaps the prison?
Actually, no. I should probably do it wait, hold on. I'll try using this voice.
Hello. Can you tell me where there is the research center, the morgue, or perhaps the prison?
The badge can talk?
Who are you?
Ahem. Why do I hear only women's voices around me? Well, I can't guess where it is then. Anyway, that scientific monster's death was so tragic. How wonderful. Are there any police officers or prosecutors nearby? Come over here and listen.
Are you Kalens? Where are you? Show yourself. What? Kalens is the code name of the leader of Sky Shield. After my sincere conversation with Miss White, I thought this case could finally come to an end. Although the ending may not be perfect, it was at least heartwarming. However, the sudden crazy ramblings from this badge pulled me back into a cold and cruel reality. What I heard next completely shattered the tranquility our law office should have enjoyed.
That old monster finally died. No one can stop me anymore. Sky Shield Revenge begins.
Chapter 3 end. Woo! We did it! Okay, save. Alright. Bada bing, bada fucking boom. Title screen. Farewell for now. Well then, that was quite an interesting case. Yeah, it was definitely kind of frustrating at times to figuring out what evidence to pick, but hey, at least I didn't have to go and through a walkthrough for this shit. But yeah, anyway, I hope my voice acting has improved from before, because I am using a different method to help facilitate my voice acting more, which seems to have helped open up my range a bit. But regardless, I'm gonna probably just look over the VOD and listen to my voice to see if it has improved or not when it comes to specific voices. But anyway, thank you all for watching, and farewell for now.